Morena Koto. We will reconvene at the hearing submissions for Toiwana at 9:30 this morning for the replace council officers. For your information, especially submitters, there are no apologies, but on Zoom we have Councillor Thompson, we have Councillor McDonald, and we have Councillor Tuakiti. Girlfriend, conflict declaration of conflicts of interest. Mr. Chairman, sorry, apology. He's the Federated Funds AG is presenting today, AGM today. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Oh, you would need it. Yeah, Councillor Winters, Councillor McMillan, all those folks say aye. Against carried. Hearing schedule, right, we'll get straight into it. First submitter is Alicia Tangabo, representing that Alicia. Councillors, this is in your hard copy on organisation booklet 194. It's for the Alicia, what's yours?
I'm speaking here today on behalf of Tūtini or Ngāti Whakaui in place of our chairman. I am one of the trustees of our organisation. I see before you as a product of the Ngāti Whakaui vision of making decisions, which is having intergenerational decision-making ingrained in the thoughts and actions to safeguard the futures of those who may never get to see. The street this council sits on is made up of my koro Kaupapa, who made many generous decisions on behalf of our iwi for the intergenerational benefit of Ngāti Whakaui, Te Arawa, and all Manukiri residing in Pūsuru. My koro may or may not have seen that many of his moko would be involved in the government structures of Pūsuru today. However, the decisions he made had us at the forefront of his mind. His vision that Ngāti Whakaui will live in prosperity on our ancestral lands alongside our partners and our community. This is why I sit here before you, because in 40 years' time, I will still be here to hold our tribe to account. And I hope that my mokopuna will be sitting here before you and before your successors, celebrating all the achievements we have completed together for our taia. However, Ngāti Whakaui has not achieved my koro's vision just yet. Somewhere along the way, our treaty partners got greedy and forgot our obligations of our partnership and our specific Whakaui partnership under the Rotorua Township Agreement. As per our submission, we seek confirmation of the commitment the Regional Council has to Te Tiriti Waitangi and the Rotorua Township Agreement, also known as the Kingston Agreement. As one of the last iwi who are in the process of completing our treaty settlements, we are in a position to spearhead new and improved levels of collaboration and relationships with our government partners. Regional Council has always been leaders within Aotearoa in terms of collaboration with Iti Māori, and Ngāti Whakaui implore you to remain leaders in the space, to go above and beyond expectations as Ngāti Whakaui has done for our work. We thank you for the steps that you, Council, have made in mending this partnership by supporting Ngāti Whakaui Ki Makuti Hapu Management Plan and the Ngāti Whakaui iwi Management Plan, which is in the process of being created. We seek support for establishing a taia resource management unit to ensure that these plans can be implemented in our wiki. We acknowledge the relationships formed through the Shared Panel System Management Plan, and we seek a further commitment from Regional Council that we as partners look after our taonga together for the benefit of the taonga itself. We seek equity and true partnership with you, and we look forward to working with you on achieving the actions we requested in our submission.
Councillors.
Just looking at your submission, you talked a bit about the procurement and asking the Ngāti Whakaui a birthright refusal regarding procurement. You want to see it in the use of family system. And you talked about Te Arawa Lakes not representing Ngāti Alright, so so what, can you just let us know what's the situation at the moment? Do you feel that you're not informed in time to put yourself forward for tenders and things? And what's not working?
I think the process at the moment has probably gone towards supplement trust as a whole.
Yeah.
And so as we particularly approved, we want to see the returns. So it's yeah.
This,
You're right, thank you. I note that you have submitted that we elevate to our Tama to an overarching outcome in our LTP. Can you tell me what your perception is of that outcome? Because we had people yesterday say that they said it was a Maori outcome, which is not my perception. So what is your perception of what their outcome is?
There's an outcome for everyone. As Māori, we think about everyone, and we are thriving to do our community.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor White.
Just following up on that proposal that you say you'd like to see it elevated to another level. So as it stands in the long-term plan, the station, how would you like to see it positioned in the context of your question?
Just implementing it more through people policy in regional council. So within the long-term plan, we see it, it's a 10-year. For us, we would like to see it last more than 10 years.
Just one final comment about this chair. It's really nice to see next generations leading the chance.
House councillors, if not anything, could I thank you, Alicia, for your presentation. I must compliment you on the frequency of the jointness of their presentation. There's no doubt as to what the requests are. Once again, thank you very much. Councillor, it's presented as Stu Helwini and Karina Nata on behalf of the Maori Trust. Thanks. What's the latest mission? Then there'll be a presentation. PowerPoint presentation.
Ora, mamihi. Oh, okay, we can put that into mihi atu kia koutou koutou. Ponera te mihi kia koutou. Ko te kaupapa nei, he kaupapa e pāna ki te Ngāuri o Māui Charitable Trust. And before we start, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Ngāti Kawe o te rā ki Ora. Ina iwi o Tārawaka. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ina kaimaki o te kūpira nei. Tērā tūki kia koutou. Kuai ai ko hiperangi te maunga. Waipu te awa karai te waka o ngā kaupiriwi. Ko kāre na hata ko kuiwa. Nei kakupua wahi. Kia mai kuepi. Ni atu. Kia Jesus.
Tātou, Susan, we talked more.
Kia ora. All right. First of all, thank you for having the opportunity to supplement our application with a presentation. We thought it may be helpful if you understood who Māori Māori actually are. And so if we could go to our next slide, please. I just want to assure our honourable councillors that the kaupapa is fully prepared. How do we announce this? We have a thank you. Taipari McLeod, who is Ngāti Tarawhai, Ngāti Hinemihi, Ngāti Whakauwe, Ngāti Waikau and Tuhara, and his sister Hiruwini are the stalwarts really of our trust here with Stu Hiruwini, Ngāti Kahungungu and Ngāti Parau. Taipari has his mātauranga in Te Whakapakari o Te Tino Rangatiratanga o Te Wahanga Reo, so he's a trained ECE Wahanga Reo kaiapo. He works on about 5 other trusts. I think between us actually we're working on 9 other trusts, so it's teams of experience in terms of governance. Henny is so connected with the community. It's just crazy. She's out there doing lots and lots of things with Te Whare with Mitai. As a guide, Mitai, she is a trained anthropologist through Te Whare Waikato, her undergraduate degrees in arts development. She's our lead kaiapo, and Stu is our operations kaitiaki in the field. Sandra Mackey, over 28 years in education, everything from teaching right through to principalship and tertiary education. She currently works for, she has her Masters in Educational Leadership to produce for Te Mana o Aotearoa at the moment, on a national and a regional position. And we have Neil, who's our tangata TPT, he's our field operator. He's Constable Neil, 28 years in the New Zealand Police, and he works with our rangatahi in the field as an educator. He's also the Rotorua Association, Hockey Association, coach and manager. Myself, my master's is in contemporary education. I'm a teacher at Rotapuri, and I work the New Zealand History Teachers Association of their executive on the Alfred Board Trustees, and I am very, very passionate about making sure that our rangatahi get opportunities to achieve education success as Māori, particularly in digital stream education. Leo Kai Wells is our treasurer. He has his business degree into Deloitte and is a member of Māori Portfolio Investment. So that is the collective that makes up the wāhi of Māori and Māori. And what brings us together is this kaupapa here. And I'm just going to take you through some pictures over the next slide so that you can see our kaupapa in action. And then you'll get a feel of how our kaupapa aligns beautifully with strategic plans and the vision. So our whakatauki is whangaia ka tipu ka pua wai, and so that which is nurtured blossoms. And so we spend time with rangatahi out in the kaiao, reconnecting. So we're building relationships with the schools and the educational facilities locally so that we can develop these programs, these relationship-based programs to reconnect our akuma Māori, some of whom are very urbanised and quite alienated from their cultural, but should have been their cultural inheritance. And we foster that reconnection with mātauranga Māori and with the kaiao. And our aim and our purpose is regeneration. Regeneration and participating in the ecological restoration of Te Arekiroa and Pāpai Whakamaru, the region known under the area known as the Senatorial Reserve. There we go. Our mission is to build the capacity and capability. Okay, a little bit of a lag here. Of all our partners and participants in an effective engaging manner, and that results in those regeneration and reconnection kaupapa. So what we have here is some of our NZQA pest management students teaching some of the kōrero from Girls High in the Laki Mauri program about the pest tracking process. Alright, so it's a tōtanga paina in Wānanga culturally sustained pedagogies that are employed by our facilitators. And these girls started thinking that it was a punishment to pick up rubbish. And now they have competitions about how much their rubbish haul weighs at the end of the day. And so they're starting to understand that being kaitiaki and being able to enact your rights in kaitiaki in this space is a privilege, and it's something that they are, several of them are basing their submissions for Te Tūpohu Ngāwha Science Fair around where they recycle and repurpose waste kaupapa. I'm really proud of them. And so it's about succession planning. Making sure that our generation, our upcoming generations, our rangatira more people have those opportunities to reconnect in ways that are not available in a lot of the general stream schools that they attend. Not at least authentically, and not necessarily in a case-based learning active capacity. What we do know is slightly different to some other facilitators that I've been in touch with over the years, is we really do make sure that our upline have access to cutting edge technology. This is our partnership with Victoria University scientists. We come down and we get to them, and the science lab experiments that they did, some of their presentations, creating a solar panel from the to-do berry, and some of the work monitoring pictures. And you can see also though that we have the support of amazing commercial travel historians too, so we're getting socio-cultural as well as that environmental ecological education. And from a Mātai lens, it's a very holistic approach. We whakapapa back to te whaiao, but in schools they're taught that science and social sciences are separate things. And that is a silo that is quite entrenched, particularly in secondary schools, and we work hard to fight that. We have another Tiki Kiri here. I'll try to tell the story with him slowly to have the support of so have the support of Kenny in terms of being able to come out to advise us. And you can see that 75% of our time allocation is spent implementing Mātai and the Western science lens. So this is fundamentally informed by a partnership relationship with Te. And our proposed outcomes include the long-term co-designing with our partners that long-term collaboration strategy model, solutions focused model. So the sustainable ecological recovery of Tāne Pirua is our primary focus for this particular project. We are co-constructing relationships with the whenua, with community stakeholders, with science research entities, and with schools. We have the pathways into whānau, the pathways into primary and the mental material primary, which are being on board and presentation about this kaupapa, and also to Dr. Girls High program. We wish to enhance science research, understanding and capability building, and ultimately to support iwi hapu whānau and whenua management plans. So these kids are seeing that you have to be either the best of both worlds can assist when it comes to a kaupapa such as this. And that brings us very neatly to our last slide. I'll just leave that up there, which are the particular names of these students. Our project, to put it our collective. Thank you for this insight.
Thank you, Karina. Just on time, eh? Time for one question, councillors. Any questions of Karina or Stu? Councillor Wade.
Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Excuse my ignorance, but in the context of regional councils, participation in this, so do you have that relationship?
No, do we have a relationship with any regional
Council?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that Penny Regional Council development, we started this with them in 2022. With specific emphasis on pest control and sanitary reserve.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Stu.
Sure.
Thank you for your submission. Councillor Legislative Presenter is Grant Wallace, presenting as an individual. My copy is page 529. Wallace.
Thank you. How's that? Is that working?
Close next.
Close. Thanks, guys. How's that?
Push the green button. Red button.
Got it. Okay. I don't speak with microphones very often these days in retirement. Look, I'm a resident, permanent resident. My name's Grant Wallace. I'm a permanent resident living alongside Community Bay in Paradise. Here. With my wife, Ellen. We have been there for a long time. Firstly, it was a holiday home. I stayed at Rigsby. Running engineering company, the big one, where we make short runs of very special stuff for a lot, for most of the transit, a lot of Republican tourists as well. So our company will agree deeply with that. We've owned the place there for 24 years, and so we can speak with some authority on the variability of the lake water in Community Bay, which is a little closed bay, and generally the rest of it. I'm past contact with the Boat Association, very keen about it, so I know the lake water. And in order to go for a swim, I go down to Tea River Bay mostly, because the water in Tea River Bay is not good, mostly. Now, last summer was a bad summer for us. A lot of rain, as you guys know this. We only swim once in the bay. And I'm getting some of my jetty. It's just about over my head in my jetty. And a lot of the time I can't see the bottom because of the nutrient water. And the weed growth has been a bit more than normal. Probably because I don't think it's spraying this year pretty well. So we're going back now with the corridor. What it was like before the wind was built. We're not there yet, but we're going there. And in June last year, I saw green elm blooms that I hadn't seen at the lake around my jetty, that I hadn't seen since before the wind was built. You guys all know, I'm sure, the history of the Professor David Hamilton. He spent probably about 2 years researching it, and then and we were well informed about that. Because he came to us and spoke to us as a community, and was an engineer quite frequently, and it was enjoyed, interesting, and we were all patient. And then the law got approved and got built into it. Now, the improvement in the water quality period after that was amazing. Nobody expected it to be so good after 6 months. And you could see green water flowing on the Lake Rotorua side of the lake, blue water on the lake side. In 2014, corrosion was noted, and everybody could see it. It was minor, but it was there. And subsequently, in 2017, I see that quite a few engineering reports were commissioned. No action was taken. It's now 2024, and I believe that the variable is urgently required. And I think it's usually required if the BOPRC is to live up to its statements and claims of reasons website under the freshwater for life section. If you live where I live and read these statements, you'd be in disbelief because it's just untrue. But we know what to do. Fix the wall. The wall consists of $11 million worth of the total asset portfolio at the moment, which is our cost to build it. As I see in the asset portfolio value of the 24 to 34 Lake Road asset management plan, it's the largest asset by far. And I think it should be maintained accordingly. My wife and I want to get to swim out there. I look up. It's but it's, I think it's, I don't want to do it, but the council is supposed to about it, but I look up to do problems. Selection makes that whole thing and they would be, and you sort of want to have it. So when you walk along the track, you go back down from the road, you come to our places, there's lovely grass to go and sit in. And the, as you know, the jetties in Jibera Bay are used for catching, several years to catch catfish. And the school children organised by Woody Manor would come down, or his team come down and empty them. That's right now. I love it. Great to see them do it. I emptied them in for a couple of years when Woody started with the house and so on. I also know that the asset management plan has capital expenditure of about 3.65 million for repair or for expense in Lake Road Woody. And its programs are 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27. Look, this is a bit like, frankly, right, because it's not going to get better. So I would like to see the wall become wholesome again as soon as possible. And I think the program should be forward, of course, to be contingent liability on the BOPRC box because we know that a very long time. And the unpredictability of that climate is not going to help it either. You know, we just can't, we don't know what's going on. Okay? And it doesn't, I know it affects it, I know it affects like even if it's like to, so we should be doing something about controlling inflow of labor and close my caps. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Thurston.
Thank you, Grant, for your presentation. I think we will share your concerns. But Chairman, through you to the CEO, can you just advise us as to the status of the Andy Briere report, the most recent one dated March? Is that a public document or was that internal consumption?
Yeah, that is out of public, but I would follow on that, I suppose, why it should be.
Because I think many of Grant's arguments have come to this afternoon as part of the Blackpool Quality Society. So I think it would be good to clarify the status of that document before we have other proceedings today. That is a public document and I ask to be shared. Thank you so much.
Councillor Winters.
Oh, that was exactly my question to Lyle. Grant, you said you're a retired engineer. Yeah. We've got a problem that the latest report says how to fix it. Yeah, I'm not convinced of the solution yet. So if we send you that report, putting your engineering hat on, to give us some good advice back, we would really appreciate it. By all means, thank you. I enjoy it and trying to lead things to boy, the problem more well. Well, you get used to working, and you know we'll work in real life. Yeah. In an engineering company of more than 100 people, retirement is a bit of a shock. But look, I have seen Andy on behalf of Marcus Wilkins, Stone, Atkinson, and myself, our thoughts on preparing. We communicate, Andy communicates well. Right, and he is very responsive. Yep. And Helen Craig also responds well to him. Yep. And so we just keep in touch. And I am giving a copy of Professor Gibbs Osman and Absey's report, just checking David Pendleton's research, which I understand is positive in the years. I understand he agrees that it will place an important role in controlling water quality of labor. And if you didn't proposal, us locals would be up and arms, you can imagine, because we can see it. Yeah, oh, we need to Really, the three Rotorua-based councillors looked, there was no greater frustration from us three back to our own council to say, how do we fix this? And we want to fix, this is why I'm coming to you, we want to fix that's long term as opposed to short term overnight fix that could be done in a slapdash way, but actually I want to see a long term picture. This thing's going to last 50 years, that lasts 50 years, correct? So can I get the
Thank you, Councillor Winters. Can I thank you once again, Mr. Boss, because you know this has been concerned for a while. It's fair to say that what the regional council funded back in 2008, what they thought they were getting, we haven't got. But you acknowledge that, we acknowledge that, and it's finding a solution at the most appropriate time. Thank you once again for your submissions. Thanks, Councillors, your next presenter is Danielle Marks. Presenting us. But John would like to get on the screen and Danielle. Councillors, I'll be at page 306 and we'll be working off the distance line in D13. What was yours, Danielle?
Morena, ko tēnei ana tōkiri wāhiri o te aroa whānui tu whare toa ki ponga hoki. Mai maki tu ki tōna te aroa nui whanu. I just wanted to, I don't want to spend all my time here today. I know you guys have a long list of people keen to kōrero here. And I'm just mainly here to reaffirm the mati and the priorities that you've set out through the long-term plan. Just got a couple of comments though, that go a little bit wider, but hopefully within the scope of the long-term plan. In regards to public transport, as well as the targeted rates, especially from a Congo sort of, yeah, and I want to speak to the importance of the living wage for our bus drivers, our kaimahi. I'm not sure if they are paid the living wage, it wasn't clear available on how high, so then hopefully next step for you all around the team is to become an accredited living wage organisation. I know there's a lot of other councils around the water, around New Zealand that do affirm the living wage, so that's really awesome. Yeah, and just really want to affirm like the need to ensure that that's a continued, because you're not an accredited, and I'm not on behalf of the living wage or anything, this is just a personal comment, but that, you know, with the cost of living crisis, I really want to ensure that our kaimahi are paid at least a living wage, especially in the current climate. Additionally, it would be really awesome to keep these fares affordable, and especially I'm thinking of my friends in whānau rangatahi, who, when I speak to them about how they get around town, they prioritise public transport because one, they don't have access to a car, their parents, you know, busy people like yourselves have nothing to get to, and can't offer them the right, and even if they do have a car, it's really hard to afford petrol, as I'm sure you all know, having travelled over from Tauranga. So yeah, trying to keep these fares affordable is a really cool thing, and especially given that students have had the half price fees cut. Well, it might seem, especially on some of the salaries around the table, that $4, I'm using it as a quotation, it may be affordable to you, but for rangatahi who are trying to find jobs and can't find jobs because things are getting cut. It's really important that we keep our rangatahi connectors and communities to events to go over. The other thing is that obviously we have irregular frequencies here in Rotorua to get even from the warehouse, which I'm not too sure if everyone's aware, it's right in the middle of town, but to get 10 minutes up the road, it's about 30 minutes going this windy little route. And I did that once thinking that it would be quicker to take the bus and to, you know, prioritise that because as a disabled person myself, I can't walk long distances, especially if I'm carrying my bags, any kai that I'm taking from the supermarket. It's actually quite difficult for me to walk even on the flat surfaces of Rotorua. So taking public transport is a real asset for me. But the irregularity is, yeah, difficult to kind of try and time things, and the bus doesn't turn up, and all those fun little things that you get to experience day to day. I also want to comment that although I don't live in Tauranga, that all the portions are something that I'm cool as with the proposed outcome. I just wish and hope that our iwi and tapu have first right of refusal for those shares if you do sell. I'm not too sure if that's an expected outcome, but when we're talking about I guess the atrocities that have occurred since the beginning of New Zealand, it would be in the best interest to, keep proposing these different ways. It might not be your status quo, but something that is one tiny step for you who are trying to get rid of these issues anyway, to kind of elevate iwi hapu Māori. And I want to emphasize that it is also hapu. Because hapu are important. They were our economic and political sources back in the days. Is that a? Oh, okay, so it's a couple. Anyway, Toi Tutility, Free Palestine, up the last.
Fiona, Danielle, thanks very much for your presentation. In time for one question, Councillor White.
The council, so nice to see you. I mean, my take-home message here, hearing this is the voice I want to take on some political issues and looking to the future. And so I just wanted to make a comment to the chair. I appreciate you representing that voice today on the matters that we raised in transport. We've got people here sitting around the transport tables right now. We've got to take these comments on board as we're required to do and consider where we go to this. But thank you.
Thank you once again, Danielle.
But I was here. You have to, which is obviously you guys know me. So the other parts of the long-term plan that Danielle was unable to say in the 5 minutes was about climate change, flood protection and control, and then your other decisions. So obviously climate change, you've got water transport, waste energy is a way they all interconnect. So to be able to mitigate as much of all of those things is important. Flood protection and control, we know Haro, Michigan, they've all gone through floods. Even Fiji gets floods every single year. So we know how to do it, we just have to do it. And yeah.
Have a good day. Long day. Nobody got reply.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask
Too late, Councillor Wood.
No, we'll just ask my name.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Radhika Diet?
This Radhika was a candidate in the Rosa election for the regional council 2 years ago, so nice to see you.
Future chair.
Councillors, your next submit is Kakariki and Nikki Antoff, for half of the integrated review. In your hard copy, it's 179 and it's more diligent, and so actually 7. Oh, I need Nikki.
Morning, everybody. Well, Nancy and Ricky Marco, so I'm here on behalf of Nancy and Ricky today. Colleague, company of Eddie originally, and can use her apologies, she's not here. I won't reintroduce myself because I've recently met all of you. You know who I am, from the pick, you'll know who we are at Nancy and Ricky. So I've got 5 points to raise from our submission. Be quite specific. So I spoke to our desire to follow up on the Waiaki.
And I put into that with one with a paper, we're seeking, $10,000 investment from the council for that. When we were going through this process 3 years ago, we got a quote on what it would take to get a draft of another BOPRC, and that's the quote. The inflation pressures, we're not asking more than what we asked for originally. We also like a 25,000 contribution to our EU management plan, to the review of our EU management plan, which is now a decade old. We are still using it. There is significant pressure within our looking for subdivision. You will know both through the district plan and the regional plan that subdivisions are enabled in the Hawiana Usuroa area. And so we're wanting to update our EU management plan to best reflect our input into those processes. The regional freshwater plan. MMP provides a significant amount of funding to regional councils and Tamako Niwi to engage in that process. Mātauranga we are yet to receive direct or indirect benefit from that investment from MMP to regional council. And so what we're seeking is some investment from that program into Mātauranga directly. We are have recently been in really good conversations with the regional council around secondments and technical support that we can receive from your internal hub to Mātauranga, and what we're asking for is some of those services can be part of the and that the secondment could be partially funded by the regional council, not fully funded by Mātauranga. So we're asking for a commitment to funding that secondment for at least part of it. The other thing we mentioned in our submission was the Mamo Rewa Kaharu Tomato Trust block. Over the last year, we've invested in a project manager to do some work on that block and identify the significant conservation and environmental values up on that block. There's a significant wetland up there. A lot of the resources up in that wetland are used for weeding by our artists. There's also a significant stand of native forest, and also forms part of the corridor between Mokai and Kaharu for Kaharu. And so we'd like to make a tono and understand the process for making a tono to the Environment Fund to have the area protected and to receive later Plenty Regional Council support for the ongoing protection and enhancement of that block. The last point, number 5, is that we're really appreciative recently of the opportunity to participate in this long-term submission process. I think I spoke to it when we were at it, also the other day. I'm also appreciative of the hub, internal hub at regional council that has been established to provide support to Hub Community. And we acknowledge the investment that's been made there. What we're asking is that there is ongoing and increased investment in that area. And the regional council look at providing a system of support. So we see this as a common opportunity, some of the technical support that's available. And you have a framework called Keep It Away Around Tauranga, and that actually is a system response to the needs of engaging with Hub Community. And what we're seeing at Mātauranga is parts of that being implemented. We like to see investment across that whole system. And it may be small in some areas and large in other areas, but at the moment it feels like a lot going into some things and nothing going into other things. And we think that system of support needs engagement from Hub Community to help design it. So it's not direct investment to us, but we feel like having investment in that area from the regional council would actually have a really strong indirect investment to us for Mātauranga, but would sound like a good idea. That is my 5 points.
Right, Nikki, councillors, questions for Nikki? Councillor Nice.
Thank you, Renee. Good to hear from you this morning. What I've been trying to turn my mind to is how we can be equitable and provide equity, because we are receiving very many applications from all sorts of Māori organisations with on behalf of trusts and all of the asks of the different things for different amounts. And we have provided funding to Te Aroha in the past, and to other groups. But we've been responding to situations where people come to us and ask. And just very aware that there's a lot of people now that are becoming aware that they would like more assistance to build their capability. So can you come up with some sort of suggestion on what would be affordable in a really constrained funding environment at the moment, and it would still be equitable for we've got 240 couples and over 40 people, and that's not even looking at the co-governance entities that are asking for additional funding as well. So how could we potentially design something that would enable equity?
Yeah, exactly. I was in Gisborne this morning, so I spent 3.5 hours driving over here thinking about that. And so that probably goes to my last point around the system. And I think, and I could give you some very specific ideas and thoughts on what that could look like. This is public, and I don't want the opportunity for our other iwi to be lost to some of these suggestions. But so what's in my mind is a $5 million investment over a period of time. And within the time of that investment, you have a rolling program of work where you allocate some of that investment across need. I think we've done a lot of work in the last 5 or 6 years. I know I've been part of it, and I'm not sure that's been measured. I'm not sure the impact of your existing investment into the space has been measured. I think measuring that investment and understanding the actual gains that have been made. Some of the things that are coming to this table are as a result of some of the things you've already invested in. So, it's kind of like the tension around, we want to do more, but you're going to ask to be done more because capability has lifted, capacity has lifted, so you have people in the sector. I think the equity thing too is you already have policies that drive into your environmental protection and your economic uplift program. Those policies need to be available in the centre across all parts of the community. So I see council making strong investments into community groups, into community collectives, funding programs that drive community. We're a community as well. We have a rights and interest debate that still needs to be had, and I'm not sure we've had it and it hasn't been acknowledged. But I think the policy settings you have more generally could help drive more investment into this space. I'm really happy to unpack that, but I only have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Nikki. I'll hand over to my colleague, Councillor White, noting the acknowledgements that you gave at the beginning of your presentation, then the written one. Councillor White.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm very much aware of what that funding we've been doing, what we've been doing in the space for the regional council. I guess, the consideration of the question the council pieces asks a very challenging one. But ultimately, your thoughts on value and impact. I think basically when it comes down to it, it's how what value is creating, the impact it's having, and how you measure that. Is that your sense of direction?
Yeah, I look at the current attitudes for the environment that have been set at a national level. And I think the leadership for environmental protection needs to come regionally now. We didn't submit on the question about the port. My view is the table needs someone who will lead for the time. But I think to kind of, people are wanting evidence-based solutions, and you're asking the question about where will we put our investment, and I would say that you need to understand the impact of your previous investment, how that's taking us forward, and that you would see the data and the evidence that capacity and capability has lifted, but there's still more work to do. So if we want evidence-based solutions, then I would challenge the council to measure, create evidence in the data set that shows you the difference that's being made when you work with Papua New Guinea directly and indirectly or indirect investment in this hub has made a difference in the last 2 years, I can see it myself. So how do you continue to build that momentum? And I understand it's a constrained environment, but we need some leadership in this space, because we're not getting it in other places. Anyway.
Thank you, that's very much.
Thank you, Nikki, for your presentation on behalf of Ngāti Reki.
Sure that.
Right, councillors, our next presenter, Cyrus Hangston, at the moment, we're waiting, so we'll just have a recess until he turns up.
He's now between 30, is that right? Chair. So, aye.
Okay, thank you, councils, will reconvene. Just for your information, when we were speaking, could you speak into your microphone? Some of our colleagues on Zoom can't actually hear you. Okay, our next presenter is Michael Hancock, presenting on behalf of Rota number 1. So your hard copy is page 275, and if you're diligent, it's ORG 68. Welcome, Michael.
So the chair was helped to what the very I hope it's making my mind for tomorrow before it be able to so yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chow will take it as read. Really talk through the key points. Largely, I suppose, what's being proposed around the Race Commission to this federal policy for monetary of land. We are supportive of the 3 changes that I mentioned here.
Okay, all good.
Okay, I think the first point there was just stated as is. On the second one there, we're just focusing on multi-freehold land. You know, it's just taken from the economic perspective, which I understand some of the basis of this 5 years ago. But especially when we're looking at our zone fever, which a lot of our leaders. So supporting that particular proposal, one thing we do know though is the policy itself allows for this moment of 5 years or less. And really just putting it out there for consideration for asset classes such as forestry, where the cash flow or the potential income level of those assets is a lot longer, where a period of 10 years would be considered by the council as well. Further, with some of those proposed uses, and I suppose to clarify there, it's where we're proposing where the landowner, the Māori landowner, is also the owner of the trees too. There are arrangements where other entities own the trees that are in a better economic space to be able to meet these costs. So there's probably the only other consideration is whether a longer period of time for these particular cases would be considered by the council. And just to add to that, I suppose that it's really around the environmental benefits that could be supported through a change of some of the use into forestry. And with, I suppose, some of the limitations that is on whenua Māori around trying to get developments going, any support really helps. And so just putting that back on council's radar. And for the third point there, largely the same sort of premise, I suppose, to when looking at public or other sorts of developments, just support what's being proposed there, considering some of the other limitations, such as infrastructure, everything else that could make it difficult for the students to be developed. Need to support that you provide it through rates or emissions or the land of paying rates to be able to make the project viable, which is just a big support. Yeah, okay, I'm just open to questions. Is there others?
Thank you, Michael. Councillors, questions, Michael? No. Thank you, Michael. Your submission was pretty clear in terms of the issues to do with emissions on Māori land. So thanks very much. Thank you. So Alison, I understand you're here on behalf of the Waikato Crew Technical Team. Welcome.
That's great. Welcome everyone, and thanks for having me. And I will just turn that wrong one. It's on now. Smart people don't always get really basic words. I take it that our submission is read, so I just want to dive into a couple of points. So that's why that copy of the things I did want to talk about specifically. So on the notion of regional parks, we do support the notion of regional parks, however, they should not come at an exorbitant cost to the community. In Rotorua Lakes specifically, where I also have a property, we understand the council is only going to purchase around 35 to 37 tonne of nitrogen of the 100 tonne of the staff due by 2027. It would be good to have transparency on the pricing paid for nitrogen, given it is community and source funds. The notion of buying a farm in the Rotorua Lakes catchment to gain further nitrogen could if there's a lack of transparency around prices being paid for nitrogen, could create a situation that where it's against polluters, that they, the longer they retain their status quo or higher practices, the rewards would be higher and could be deemed to be seen as green printing. Moving on to the upcoming risks for the coastal Bay of Plenty, rereading the plan last night, there's quite a number of significant infrastructure issues that were noted on pages 15 to 17. One in particular that we are concerned about is around the notion of what's going to happen to the low-lying land, of which I understand is about 4,500 hectares that's sitting near or close to the high tide mark, and probably about 14,800 hectares that is deemed as low-lying on the coastal Bay of Plenty, which is supported by the infrastructure of pump stations and low-lying rivers. So in the case of our catchment, which heads down to Little Waihee, there's discussion around land purchases down there to mitigate some of the challenges. However, we are concerned that this is not really dealing with the wider problem facing the coastal Bay of Plenty for the next 10 years. And so while we also support options such as land use change or land optimization in lower catchment areas, it is our preference as a catchment collective to see local government money spent on exploring alternative options for these land uses. And it may not mean land use change, but until we start exploring things to optimise and preserve the land stewards on that land, we know these things take time and they do require systems shift, and we also now understand that farmers are not a one size fits all, and that having an average approach to deal with freshwater issues using what's historically been siloed policy approaches may not be the way that we need to deal with things in the future. Given that there's a significant number of dairy farms and other farms, intensive farms on the coastal lowlands of Bay of Plenty, and there's also many, and in our catchment there were 58% with substandard economic infrastructure. There's a pressing need to understand the alternatives for these farms, not only on 4,000 hectares, but maybe on 14,000 hectares of local at-risk land in the coastal Bay of Plenty. We do not, as a catchment group, support constructive wetlands as an option to solve this problem, because it's a very high cost for the mitigation that's achieved. We would definitely support closer alignment between the regional council, catchment communities and local farmers to work together to solve the problem together, rather than just purchase one or two farms or 10% of the low risk land in an attempt to solve the problem. We definitely endorse a closer working relationship between the council and local catchment groups in order to incentivise change for leading, visionary and innovative farmers and encourage and support change for good. We understand that social change takes around 30 years in time, and if we don't start working on this problem now, we are unlikely to make much progress in the next decade. And by 2040, we could be seeing double the hot days, maybe 0.3 of a metre sea level rise in the coastal region. And if we don't start investigating things now and get on the road to change, I think we'll find ourselves in trouble. I drew your attention to this little diagram here, where we've thought about all the things facing farmers. And it's not just a coastal Bay of Plenty problem. There's probably around 140,000 hectares of this sort of land across New Zealand, and as far as I know, there's not anywhere really shouldering together with regional councils to start looking into how we solve this problem together. I just want to draw your attention to the fact on that little diagram. Farmers have got a lot going on at the moment. They've got to be market ready, and that is a critical issue for them moving forward. They need to be thinking about Scope 3 emissions reduction, biodiversity plans, biosecurity plans, animal welfare and shade plans, with double holidays coming up. Diffuse discharge reductions, which I know the regional council was focused on for freshwater mitigation. They need to think about health and safety and labour procurement. They need to think about succession plans, what's going to happen to their land and their families. And they right now need to be focusing on farm system optimisation, where they take into account all these issues and make one move and get multiple wins for it. So I'll also draw your attention to this little demographic profile graph for farmers. We all understand that farmers don't always just respond to singular silo regulation. Right at the moment, New Zealand agriculture has some very big challenges and cumulative challenges facing our farmers. So singular siloed approaches for freshwater regulation alone is not necessarily going to help those that are going to lead the other farmers. So the progressive and visionary farmers, of which make up about 20 to 25% of all farmers, are the ones that will help solve these problems together. So we need to work, I suppose my plea is today, and our passion group's plea is today, is that we work together, that we look at the demographic profile of farmers, so we don't use regulation alone to create change, but we have a whole of systems approach to deal with the cumulative pressures facing our regions. And I will note again, there's about 140,000 hectares of this sort of land around New Zealand, and no one's solving the problem. And it also, where it's peat, is contributing to up to 9% of total greenhouse gas emissions as a country, because peat, being farmed intensively, emits around 19 tonnes of greenhouse gas equivalents hectare a year. Add to that the 12 tonnes from intensive dairy farming on that land, gives you around over 30 tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions per hectare per year. And who of us are really leaning into this problem to deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. So, between you and Derek covering the same issues, or is Derek covering something different?
Generally, the principles, why submission, like open submissions at a high level, but our submissions are aligned. Here, to look at what else is said, but I think that you would still like to emphasise as part of the overall white paper. Alison's covered a lot of the technical elements, but it's a bigger picture from the principle perspective.
Okay, so what I propose to do is, because we've got a bit of time here, rather than just restrict to 10 minutes, so this looks really good stuff. So why don't we take some time to answer questions of Alison in terms of this presentation, and then we'll come to you, Derek, and we'll have some time at the end to cover it off. Just one question from me, Alison, and it's getting slightly off your submission here, but this is all very good, but it doesn't recognise the history of where we've come from and why we've done certain things. I tend to agree with you that regulatory compliance aspect is just one small part that you can't deal with in isolation because you won't get the outcomes. But Councillor Winters, then make it.
Oh, Alison, just your point number 2, on the nitrogen cost of those, all those, I can assure you that we pay less than $400 a kilogram of nitrogen in the purchases that we made today.
$400 a kilo in the lake,
Sorry, $400 a kilo. It's a bit different.
in the lake,
In like,
which is different to Alba.
and the latest one we did was $400 and it was for 2 tonne. So the deals are happening, but it's slow.
Yes, good morning.
Fiona, thank you, Alison. I'm just keen to understand your vision of land use change, because in here you talk about redefining pastoral systems. Then you're talking about you need to understand alternatives to these lands, and I'm particularly thinking about the low-lying pasture at the moment. Obviously, we've got our blue carbon research program going on. And treatment wetland is an aspect of that as a piloting a blue carbon program. I really want to get inside your brain and understand, if you were to look 20, 30 years ahead and money was no object, land ownership was no object, what would you see the vision for that land in terms of land use change? What would it look like to you? Would it all be back to salt marsh wetland? How would it be producing an economic outcome? What would it look like?
Thanks. At the moment, we can't be certain that salt marsh wetland is going to be the answer, and the market still hasn't given us any certainty over that, as far as I understand, across the whole planet. So I don't necessarily see it all exiting from animal-based farming, because there's a mix of soils right along that coast. Certainly, we're going to have to do quite a few things differently, and what we need to do is be cognizant that it takes farmers and farm systems around 30 years to change. So I see a transition where quite possibly we have to understand the soils a lot better. We've got a whole lot of things that we need to do for animal, whether it's animal welfare, whether it's business resilience, whether it's freshwater health. So I see we need to get started now on that process of behaviour change, but also looking at every farm in detail with really good maps down to almost 5 metre by 5 metre, which would be great if the regional council could supply those, so that we understand the vulnerability and the strengths of each farm. And we work out almost a 10-year or 20-year transition plan for those farmers, but it needs to be aligned with each of their values, it needs to be aligned and suit all the things that have got to be addressed. Some farmers across that 14,000 hectares of land may well survive in dairy, but we need to look. So I don't see a broad brush land use change at all. I see a diverse landscape with really good mitigations, with land stewards, the ones that can survive, and they're probably the progressives and the visionaries, that if we can work with them and support them and incentivise them to innovate and look deep into their businesses and get multiple wins for single moves so we don't break their bank, I see that we have a future, and it will be diverse landscapes that are resilient, both for the climate and for their businesses and for fresh water. So I'm going to give you a straight answer, but I do not see that a salt marsh across that 14,000 hectares is the answer.
And so to put the regulatory aside of regional council, what role do you see regional council playing in that 30-year transition?
That's a good question. Around New Zealand, we've got around 300 catchment groups that have emerged as a result of the Jobs and Nature funding. And in a very short time, some of them have made some quite extremely significant gains with farmers, and admittedly, I come back to that demographic profile of farmers. Not everyone's going to be in a catchment group or be involved with them. Not everyone's going to be involved with regional council. So it's going to be different strokes for different folks. But where we have got catchment groups running that have been going well, they have tended to work with leading progressive and visionary farmers because they respond to incentives. So moving forward, I think that we've got to start looking at the demographic profile of farmers differently.
siloed regulation will work for the Ziggers and the Conservatives and bring them up to good management practice. And really around the country, all I do see regional plans doing is just bringing people to good management practice, nothing more. So we then have to say the other 50% of farmers who are moving and thinking ahead, 10 years ahead, we've got to have a different vehicle and utility to support them to innovate and move and make long-term plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hudson.
Yeah, thank you, Alison, for putting a bit of pragmatism into the discussion, because it's all very well to have theory that we're going to retire. You know, it's the cost, the true cost to doing it. And you talk about 14,000 hectares. Is this across all New Zealand, you're saying 14,000? Or
I'm from just reading some of your reports, the number varies a little bit, but around 14,800 hectares of the coastal Bay hectares would be low land, and about 4,800 hectares of that is in the high tide zone. But extrapolate that to New Zealand, no regional councils are really leaning into this problem. You guys could be an absolute lighthouse for New Zealand if you decided to have a slightly different approach, because there's 140,000 hectares of this sort of land in New Zealand, contributing to 90% of our total greenhouse gas emissions.
I totally agree with you, and so I really welcome your submission on this, because we do have to be pragmatic. It's all very well to say, you know, we're going to retire farming from all this land, but who pays for it? How's it funded? If it's the size of the problems in about plenty alone is massive. So it's beyond our capability. We're playing with small areas at the moment, a little way ahead. We brought out this 30 hectares, and I am interested in your constructive wetland conversation as well for us, because I don't think we're thinking deeply enough about this whole issue of cost, because you in your submission you say that somewhere high cost for very marginal gain, and that's how I see it personally. But I'm not an expert, so I'm interested in your views on this, because we do have to do something. There's nothing surer than that, but it's getting the right approach that actually works for the community, works for the landowners, and works for the ratepayers, i.e. the regional council ratepayers.
Thanks, Andrew. Just so everyone's aware, I mean, what issues Alison is raising here is not just about beauty. If you think across the Kaimais, you've got all that land that runs down into the Manukau Harbour, not Manukau. All the Herring complaints, they're all suffer from the same malaise. Councillor White needs to then just
yeah, I'm not going into the detail of things, but just a comment. Like they said, I noticed that you're not supporting Australia with fencing outside. Wetlands themselves, I know that you are providing some support for that process moving forward. It's not the ultimate solution, seeing your submission, but it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you for that. It depends on the cost of establishing the wetlands. So wetlands on farms or where we have wetlands around coastal or around the whole of APT, they can be restored at a cost of around $5,000 a hectare or even less. And I understand that some of the constructed wetlands are up to $1 million, $1.5 million per hectare, which I do not and nor does our group, because I raise the issue of the need for behavioural change across the coastal Bay. I think that money would be better spent whether it's $10,000 or $15,000 per farm to get those farmers on the journey of investigating their land and their land system optimisation.
Okay, the question is wetlands per se, the construction side, how do you see wetlands development as positive?
Yeah, definitely.
and retiring any critical source areas or steep slopes that are contributing to sediment loss and take cover and nutrient loss. Yeah, absolutely, and they also provide good habitat for biodiversity.
So in culture, this is what Bob just choose. In the culture of land use change, experience. Farmers will witness as well.
On your own farm for sure. Yeah, because they're often a place for misadventure. The animals, it's just better to get them fenced out and restored, and they provide experience for the property as well. So definitely, but we don't support high cost restoration because we've got so much to do. We have to get everything for every buck that we spend.
I'm working on that one about values and value creation. And it's cost of construction is expensive, against sales in the way from what I understand creates value. Okay.
That's one of these.
Thank you, Alison. I just wanted to clarify or gain an understanding of your suggestion that our long-term visual should be accompanied by a landscape plan, which sets out the indicated change in land use that would be required to be catchment by catchment in the future. So you go on to say that it will enable farmers to make decisions on whether to retire land and help people decide the right tree in the right place. What I'm trying to grapple with is the scale of the plan, of that landscape plan, who would do it, would be a regional council, would it be something you develop in consultation with the whole of the community and all of the farmers? Because you were talking more on a small scale planning program with regard to, I guess, environment plans, etc. But then you bring this concept of a whole of catchment plan. I wonder if you could just give me a little bit of clarification about how you think that would work, who would do it, how it would be reviewed, how it would be implemented.
Sure. Every hydrological catchment's got different needs and issues. So just the same methodology that we work through for say a 300 or 500 hectare farm plan, we would take that out to say the Little White Hare catchment, which is a 34,000 hectare plan, and almost do a farm plan for that whole catchment. So you're looking at retiring all the, retiring or restoring or all the vulnerable land areas that contribute to sediment loss and that aren't necessarily as profitable to use. So let's say, for example, those steep slopes in the upper Pongokawa catchment, they're over 25 degrees up. When you look at what that whole farm is generating in terms of profitability from the whole land parcel, you will find that the less than 20-degree land is probably giving 2/3 of the profit versus steep land. So in a lot of cases, farmers haven't explored those other options for the vulnerable land, and it's helping them go through that process. So getting back to the 34,000 hectare farm plan is effectively what I'm talking about, where we know where down to a precise level, the steep slopes, which I know we've got good LiDAR mapping for that. We know where our overland flow pathways are. We know where our drained wetlands are. We know where the source areas are, providing that we've got steep, vulnerable land or erodible land with water flowing through it with animals on it, that creates a critical source area. So there's nothing stopping us doing this for a 34,000 hectare farm, if you like, and coming up with the goals required. Our catchment did propose to the regional council that we were prepared to spend $100,000 on one of those plans with David Hamilton doing it. Admittedly, that was just much to focus, but we were keen to work together. We had co-funding from Lakes Water Quality Society and Thank You Trust, but unfortunately it didn't get off the ground. Operational people and support it. But I'd like to see something like that happen in the future.
Councillor Winterson.
Oh, Alison, have you had an invitation from us through Ruben Fraser, through the governance team, to present at the next Dogs and Environment meeting?
No.
You haven't? Oh, I requested that following your optimisation session that you presented some time ago. We could sit here and debate this till cows come home. So I will get my governance team to invite you to the next officer monitoring conversation to present again. From the questions you're getting today, we are really interested in your views and your support. So I'll make sure that happens as well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Derek.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. The council has had the opportunity to present to you this morning, and say a lot of familiar friendly faces around the table that I worked with over the years. So really our submission is very aligned with the technical elements that Alison has raised. So I just want to support that. But there are a few things I'd like to emphasise just around it, I guess, in terms of where we are. The first thing I think is we have different roles in each development. We sit in the council of statutory objectives has to be fulfilled, but ultimately we're all patriarchy of Whenua. We're all there, we're all these sort of elements of the land, and people around us are intrinsically linked. So things I really wanted to highlight around, I guess, the principles of the regional council that are really aligned, I think, with what I think we values. Obviously, we are in an environment where we've got significant challenges in front of us. We've all got, in terms of where we're very scarce resources. So the first thing really is that we can't do this alone. We need to collaborate. I'd say the collaboration of the regional council is uneven. At times it's really good. It's never been an issue. I'd say at the council level, I think sometimes we get down to other levels within the council, there's an uneven interpretation around what happens in the shared outcomes we're seeking, which is a little bit unfortunate at times, and it creates some tensions around what we endeavour to do. One of the areas, for example, I've noticed with the submission, it's a Martin method around restoration, which we believe is much more cost effective than a lot of the other methods that are used within the region. And that is looked at and used by the regional councillors. The second point is really around things like such as detention funds and the catchment things. I know, you're one of our catchment meetings once, and you raised the issue of the one-off costs that each fund has around those areas. That should not be the case. There should be much more standardised approaches around each area and other outcomes where there are more shared solutions around that. We'll take a collaborative approach. I think it's much more cost effective around that. And our approach as a catchment group is really to work with farmers, work with the landowners around those outcomes. And we've been fortunate with that funding from FBI, a trust intent to work in that way. And you would have seen through our material in our text, my chairman's board for the last year to submission. We've had 15 lighthouse farmers within the catchment, and it's been great. Coming back to some of the points that Alison raised, being able to look at land use change options, and those farmers have been really happy to explore it. And it's much easier. Anybody who's in the room who's in business or has been in business will know that if you want to make a change yourself, you don't want to change coming from up high down and sort of impacting you. And so our role is really facilitating those opportunities for farmers, I think, in a collaborative way. And those really farmers be happy to put their farms, make them available, the things that they've found over time. And there's nothing like another one farm than to see another farm that change. It's much easier than if you're like where we sit as a catchment group, we reach the council, where it sits and so forth. So I think that's a big thing for us. Just wanted to support what Alison said around the wetlands, the constructed wetland opportunity, because when you look at that, it's a huge cost relative to the likely outcomes. There's a lot of uncertainty around. You've got the establishment capital costs where that's sort of certain, but what are the ongoing sort of maintenance costs? How sustainable is it? What's the relative efficiency and effectiveness of that constructed wetland versus other options? So I think it's really incumbent to explore those out further, because again, scarce resources, we need to look at those options. We as a group support a wetland as a regional park, because I think it can become showcased in terms of what things can be, but also provides a whole range of options that our outcomes identified in our solution, just around the benefits that accrue to the region. And I just want to also just acknowledge to former councillor Ian Noble on the generous step he made. It's absolutely fantastic to I think the whole region in just the absolute, fantastic thing that, he's done. I've got some other elements, I guess, within the submission, but really the key things around principles, shared outcomes we're seeking, ability to work on an ongoing basis with the regional council around things. I probably just want to acknowledge Councillor Winters and the extensive roadshow he's done with our community around the board of Sorrow's share sales. It's really a beautiful view around that. Last year I celebrated 40 years of business. I got a t-shirt I was buying, or something like that. But really, I've been thinking about a lot actually in the 10 of the presentations that the consultants have made, which was very, very good. And it's got the community thinking a lot about it. So it's a security asset for us. You've got 54% of it. It's a real simple thing to do to easily sell down to 51% at an optimal price for council without losing any of your strategic asset opportunities. At the same time, you can use that equally for each side relative to what it can do for our community in terms of other options. And so it does diversify the asset base out. The council will always earn more from capital value relative to changes, and the share price now is low. And certainly selling that sort of market, given some uncertainty issues around that, I think it's probably like a good time to so that's a sort of personal view around that, and I think that's an easy option the council to do relative to the value of the asset at 6 stages in the future. Good, so thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Derek. Any questions for Derek? No. So thank you both. Derek, Alison, thank you for your presentation. No doubt we're going to see you again in the near future. What's that? Yeah, I'm just doing the invitation again. Okay, councillors, I'm told that Darren is imminent, so run your eyes over his presentation and should do that. Welcome, Darren. You're on. I'm on. Appreciate it. We've just had your presentation circulated, so.
Tēnā koe, tāke te tiamana, tērā koutou. Te kauni he roa toi moana, tēnei ka mihi atu rā kia koutou. Tēnei aorei, tēnei ata. Ko Darren Bean tōku ingoa. Noko nei a au. Huri tēnei no tuarangi. I uta, tuarangi ki tai, tapu tara te moko nā te kaue. Nō reira, e wiki kawana kia koutou. Kai te tūwhakarai o Te Aroa Lakes Trust. E kawe nei ngā kāro nui, ngā kaupapa nui, au Plomoana o Te Aroa. Me ona haku kāra rārakata. Reira, tēnei kāmi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tā. Let me just add to my notes, but first of all, I just want to thank for the opportunity to present to the Local Regional Council today in this context of the long-term plan process. And all I want to do in the 5 minutes is just to emphasise a few key points for you to take into consideration in your deliberations. So you've received a slide deck and there's been a written submission. So I'm not talking specifically for those. I'm looking forward to you and you can fit those in your just as you need. I especially wanted to take 5 minutes today of your time just to be in front of you to emphasise how important our relationship is and how seriously we regard our relationship with Toi Moana, our Regional Council, and that we are in this relationship to drive better outcomes for Te Aroa, for our lakes, for our wai, for our whenua, for our whānau, for our hapu, and our iwi, and our Bay of Plenty community. So in that context, it was really important, I felt, for me to come here and present to you this morning. So Te Aroha celebrate 100 years of the Te Aroha Māori Trust Board this year, 2024. Was established in 1924. The first ever Te Aroha Māori Trust Board hui was held in March 1924. So this is an opportunity for us to reflect on our history, to reflect on the legacies, to reflect on our people and the achievements over that period of the last 100 years. Our recent history has had to deal with pandemics, a change of leadership, passing of Toby Curtis, invasive incursions that you might know more about, and the associated biosecurity risks. I've been in the role for nearly 9 months as Chief Executive for Te Aroha Lakes Trust. And thus far, my focus has been on to build relationships and to work on building a robust and stable organisation to be a good partner. So we are positioned to provide leadership across the board and positioned to deliver outcomes. So the next 10 years is critical to focus on the environmental stewardship of all 14 lakes in Te Aroha and their environments, the health and well-being of our whānau, of our hapu and our iwi, and the economic sustenance for Te Aroha and the region for the next 100 years, and for our community mokopapa. The point I want to emphasise is how we work together, bilaterally, and within the Rotorua Te Aroha Lake Strategy. So our 100 years legacy is at a juncture. As we celebrate the past and as we determine our future in terms of our biosecurity, biodiversity, our water quality, and protection of our taonga species, and in terms of Te Aroha as a people. So again, emphasising what we do in the next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, is critical for Te Aroha for 21-24, during another 100 years' time. Periods of climate change and weather events and invasive incursions, such as the volcano, require us the need to build on what are currently good relationships into limited great relationships. How we work together with the Rotorua Lakes Council, in partnership with the government of the day, is crucial in terms of decision making, resource allocation, in particular through the Rotorua Te Aroha Lakes Strategy Group, our communications with each other, striving towards a better quality of life and better quality outcomes. I want to emphasise 3 points, just the long-term view. Prioritise hapu and iwi, iwi mana motu hake, te aroha ko tahitanga. The learning of the way is intrinsically connected to the well-being of our people. So our view is a long-term and holistic view. The practical steps that we take together through the implementation of the Macklin Regional Council Te Aroha Lakes Trust engagement framework over the next 10 years is critical. It must achieve results. So finally, and with respect to the long-term plan, the board of Tauranga is selling shares, and that's a good deal. There needs to be acknowledgement and recognition of mana moana, in this case Tauranga moana, by engaging with them early and involving Waraka hapu and iwi in a transparent manner and in decision making. The regional parks is a good idea. We, hapu and iwi, need to be engaged early and be involved in a transparent manner and in decision making. Te Aroha Lakes Trust is interested in being engaged in a work program that ensures regional park developments are consistent with our values and frameworks, such as Te Tuahopo Highway. So Te Aroha Lakes Trust is committed to environmental stewardship improving environmental quality, well-being and striving for economic independence. We will look forward to meeting together. Kia ora tātou.
Darren. Darren, councillor Winters.
Kia ora, Darren. Good to see you. Just want to pick up on your final comment about regional parks. In here, you've talked about told to commission and project manage new developments of this nature in our region in terms of regional park. So would Told be interested in, on flying kite here, interested in being a joint venture with us in the possible purchase of a regional park?
We are interested in engaging early on that type of conversation. Given I think that's the main point. Anything as to what evolves out of that and decisions down the track. But the important part of that's an opportunity, then certainly it's engagement on that conversation.
We'll take it, we'll engage you.
Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you for that. Good from here, very familiar with your corridor and certain sentiments surrounding Dallas and obviously very familiar with the Vision 2050 which was one that sourced from origins right through city and is very obviously included in the council's LTP. What's your consideration in your thoughts about that in the context of Taylor Lake's Trust future aspirations? How do you see that document? Do you get some with?
I have a copy of it on my desk every day now. That's a binding document in my view. That's because of the process that I went through. It's something that you reference, it's something that you look at, it's something that you think, okay, so what does the implementation of some of these ideas, some of these objectives, what does that look like? And fundamentally, how do we partner? How do we partner with other organisations across Tauranga, across the region, to realise some of the ambition and objectives in that document?
Councillor Scott.
Good morning. I'm interested in your comments on the board side. We've had several submissions where people said, the submitters have said that they'd like to be a part of that. So if we were to sell down, I wonder if we'll be every day up to around about 100,000 shares up already on the market for the board. So they're available to be bought. The 9th and 10th largest shareholders of the board at the moment are foreign owned. So I'm wondering, has the trust looked into, even now, trying to achieve the aims that you were talking about, building up a stake of the board? And if not, why would you be doing it?
So, trying to clarify the question. So, have we talked about, have we had the discussion about specifically about the board shares?
Yeah, I suppose I'm sort of digging into your submission is that you're keen to have a holding in the board. Should we sell down? And I'm asking, given that you could actually choose to do that today, what might have been thinking that you haven't started doing it?
Probably the main point to deal with Bruce is the opportunity is right here. Our sort of stance, if you like, at the moment is knowing that up here, but what does it actually mean? What would it actually mean in terms of what our objectives, what our Lakes Trust and our commission arm, that's our management limited, and what would that mean in terms of what our overall volume might look like? So it becomes just a commission decision that would require a commission board to take a closer look at. At this point, it's still just a conversation. It's sort of been talked about, but nothing doing nothing more robust than that. I think the main point in the comments is that not so much in terms of TOLT or our commercial arm, but Hapua Niwi, and in particular Tauranga Moana, are aware of those discussions, are getting the recent advice on what the opportunity is. And I think if these ever put into, in particular, our own labour in Tauranga Moana, then that might then create the opportunity for a wider EV engagement of the opportunity.
Thank you, Darren. Well, thank you and the Other Relates Trust for your submission. Very good. Councillors, we now have the next submitters, Dr. Hayden Reid and Peter V. Dr. Hayden Reid, as you probably know, is the Chief Town Whānau Limit, Te Kaha in terms of SPAT, onshore state recreation, and Peter V, Chief Executive of Toy Mussels. Speaking on both the agriculture group, so on your hard copy it's page 1-3. And on your little agenda it's OIG4.
Is he the Reid?
Can you hear me all right?
So let's get the IT system sorted. Is Peter V with you?
No, Peter's had some urgent business to attend to, so he can't make it, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dr. Hayden Reid. Aho, kei te hitiri at whānau Apanui. So my name's Dr. Hayden Reid. I'm the I provide some support for Te Whānau Apanui with economic development and some investment advice. But I also sit on the executive with Peter V, who's the chief executive of obviously Whakatau Mussels. And Graham Coates would normally do this, he's the chair, but unfortunately he's in Australia. So you get me. I'm just going to share the screen. I guess you guys should be able to see that okay. This I guess our submission is more of a submission than what actually wanting anything from you guys. It's more of an update. It's a bit of a thank you, and also maybe a bit of an insight into what's coming down the pipeline, particularly in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So about the group first, just jump into there. Can you see that change? Yeah. Okay, so basically the group was incorporated in 2021, so relatively recently. But having said that, the equivalent had been around for many years before it sort of reformatted itself with all the goings on that's going on in aquaculture. It's self-funded. It's managed by a local management committee. It's open membership. There's 6 meetings a year, and basically everybody's who's who in the zoo, including local government, central government, research institutes, universities are all part of the suite of people supporting its development. So the major achievements is we're supporting the government aquaculture strategy, your own or our own as a region's aquaculture strategy 2018. We're having some input into the local spatial plans, and we're talking with your own crew at a regional plan level. We did aquaculture strategy stock take of all the work that's been done across the region about a couple of years ago, or not even that, a year and a half ago, and we had a really good, clear understanding of I guess what everybody's doing, and we published that at the end of not last year, the previous year, and last year in 2023 we had an aquaculture summit, which some of your colleagues came to, but people travelled from all around New Zealand, and there was about nearly 100 people at that. So I guess the underpinning thing for us is collaboration is the key. It's building a new industry, so there's lots of moving parts and there's lots of expertise required to deliver it. The motivation behind aquaculture, pretty simply, it's one of the government's aspirations in growth. We do about $700 million a year in aquaculture activities. They're looking to do 3 billion by 2030. Now, given we've got the 9th largest EEZ on the planet, and there's companies in Norway which do twice as much revenue annually as we do nationally, there's a sleeping giant of an economy there that if we're careful of the approach, we have another primary industry sort of burgeoning with aquaculture. Why Toirāwhiti, or the Eastern Bay, as it's more commonly known to folk down that end of town? It's an ideal environment. It's not necessarily tied up in significant activity, aquaculture activity and shipping and things like that. And the important thing, I guess, is for you to know is that several investments have already been made, and some you'll be aware of some of them, I'm sure, if not all of them. Some investments are being made currently, and there's many, many more investments to come. So the strategic die in some cases is being cast. Just I wanted to quickly show you this. The reason why the Eastern Bay is more useful in terms of the development, those red areas, those are the shipping lanes and areas that are excluded from aquaculture activity currently. I guess the whānau, the iwi, would like to have a chat to you about that in the future, but that's the current circumstance. Okay, so we all know about the harbour at Opotiki. It's the first harbour that's been built in over 100 years in New Zealand. It's over $100 million investment, and it's been built to do exactly what we're going to present to you today about what's coming in the future. The university spent the better part of $30 or $40 million in upgrades at Waikato, including a marine field station and the Sulphur Point Seaweed Research Centre, which some of you may have been through. Obviously, there's the processing plant is up and running at Opotiki with Whakatohea, and that is looking for an increase in pipeline of product, which is why we're going to be looking at sea space, and I'll come to that in a second. They've got about 3,800 hectares of farms already in boats, about another $25 million, and we've got support to the tune of $20 million from the government to build a mussel spat hatchery in Te Kaha. We are in detailed design, and we have 5 research scientists at Cawthron and have had for the last 2 years to give effect to that. So if you wrap that up, investments in the Eastern Bay, other than Waikato University, is in the order of a couple of $100 million. So it's almost like a phase 1 because there's a lot more coming. So if I was to sort of quickly run down from the top of the page to the bottom of the page, there's 10,000 hectares there for Tohuata, that's Te Whānau Apanui. That resource consent closed before Christmas. We are in discussions with your regulation folk. We've got a couple of outstanding issues, but we would like, if possible, not even to go to hearing. So we're working really hard to do that. Otherwise, we'll have a hearing in the next couple of months. The green one is the 5,000 hectares that comes with Te Whānau Apanui's historical settlement, or their treaty settlement. They are in the final throes of that. We'd expect to settle potentially at the end of this year or sometime this year. They are they're going around and ratifying the settlement with their whānau around New Zealand and actually in Australia. The black area is another 5,000 hectares for the aquaculture settlement. Some refer to that as the unfinished business of the foreshore and seabed. That is seawater space that's set aside for all the moana atoi iwi, and that's both the Eastern and the Western Bay iwi. And then, of course, you'll be more familiar with the sites for Whakatohea Sea. So there's quite a lot of sea space that's coming. A lot of it is negotiation space. So we're working really hard with a whole bunch of folk to do the right thing. And there's a lot of science and a lot of research that's been done and a lot of modelling being done on that whole seascape. The future. So I guess the question is, now that you understand that there's that much sea space, then what is the flip side? What's the economic potential? We've had some piece of work done for our own purposes, but we've sort of shared it with the community. PwC have done an economic analysis for us. What they're basically saying is that around that 30,000 hectares, the potential revenue is $2 or $3 billion a year and 2,000 or 3,000 jobs. So for many of those on the coast, it's a circuit breaker for intergenerational poverty. And that's, to put a slight phrase on it, it's a thing. It's important to us down the centre of town, and it will change the current state significantly. Bearing in mind, this is a reasonably long-term thing. Some of this development will happen in the very near future, but some of it might be 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. So what's holding in the future? There's a lot of interest in seaweed. It's $1 trillion industry. We don't even have one seaweed farm in New Zealand. So maybe just a bit of a snapshot of what we are looking at. There's a SFFF application for between $30 and $35 million going in to explore the seaweed opportunities with international partners and take off contracts for products. And lastly, that is literally everybody who we are working with, and we being all of the Eastern Bay iwi in each of those activities and working closely together alongside each other to provide, I guess, what's ultimately a vertically integrated industry that puts spat into the water and out of the water into a processing plant and then into products for export. So that's what the group is supporting, and all those people who are, if you like, attached and supporting us with their expertise is kind of where we're at. It's a very quick whistle stop, but
thank you, Dr. Reid. Councillors, any questions? Councillor White.
The relationships, Whakatoria, Whanau, Apanui, Ngaitai across the coast there, you mentioned that it's quite tight. The treaty settlements that are in process at the moment, are there any sort of major barriers there in the thinking, or is that collective action around what you're talking about here, pretty sincere at the moment, pretty strong?
The mana conversations are positive. In other words, at the level of the chief and the rangatira for the tribes. At the mahi level, we talk, if it's not daily, it's close to daily. We are really trying to line each other's organisations up. I mean, whakapapa-wise, we're deeply connected anyway, and commercially, it makes a whole lot of sense to vertically integrate us. I think the thing that stands out for me as a commercial guy who spent a lot of time overseas in large corporates, we are vertically integrated if we get together, and actually the size of the prize is actually over the horizon. It's not here. Why would we be bickering amongst each other here when you've got a real opportunity for economic wealth and well-being if we get together and pitch the international markets over the horizon? And that's pretty much their philosophy.
Yeah. You, Councillor McMillan, in East.
Kia ora, Hayden, thank you. I'm just wondering, how do you map out in terms of whether the aquaculture is seaweed, crustacean or finfish, how does that sort of communication and planning work? And also, do you see the finfish as a much greater environmental risk and therefore less likely to take?
So finfish is not in our immediate horizon. We've got a mussel industry which is half cooked, if I could put it that way. We need more mussels, so our focus is going to be on mussels initially to make sure that plant that's been built maximises its utility, for want of a better way to put it. The next cab of the rank is seaweed, because it's actually not an extractive kind of product. It's actually entirely sustainable, economically, environmentally, and ecologically sustainable. So we feel that those two things first. And the other problem with finfish, a little bit where we are, is you need a certain amount of water velocity to if you like, to take away the residue from fish. So, if you've got opportunities in other spaces, why would you necessarily go down that track? I guess is the first thing. The other thing is, this is not about monoculturing. We've already been talking about mixing and matching the farms. So seaweed on one farm or half of a farm and mussels on another half of a farm. We're talking about multi-trophic. So, and we've got the best brains in the country. So Cawthron, Johan he's actually Norwegian, Swedish. He's one of the best, along with Maria Magnusson out of Waikato, the best seaweed guys in the country. They are deeply connected to us. And we're working really closely with Chris Battersall, obviously at the Prophet at Waikato, just down the road from you guys in Tauranga. So yeah, it's, I think it's a bit horses for courses, to be honest. But start with what you know, and then explore the things that are non-invasive and provide you real sustainability options.
Awesome, thank you. Great to hear.
Councillor Nees.
Thank you, Hayden. I just wanted to check about the nature of the jobs that will be on offer. We talk about 2,000 to 3,000 potentially. We're aware of some of the issues that they've had in Hawaii, where they've had to resort to RSE workers because the local workers weren't attracted to the actual nature of the work that was on offer. And I think the evidence was a slightly different sort of work, highly skilled work would be of more interest to them than the manual processing. So can you give us some of the sorts with regard to the type of jobs, the skill level, and where these people are going to come from?
Sure, it's a really good question, because the first constraint is, I guess, the idea, and then actually getting the space to do it. The second constraint is capital, as you could probably appreciate. There's literally billions of dollars of investment over decades involved here. And the third one, which comes right after the second one, is actually workforce development. So we've identified that. To be fair, Whakatau mussels have probably felt that a little bit in practice. But the kind of jobs that this industry is creating are actually what you might call, what MSD call meaningful employment. So we've got 5 young rangatahi, 3 of them from the coast at Cawthron, who are either done their bachelor's degrees, doing their master's degrees, and or have master's degrees and are working with us. So there's a pipeline of highly skilled technical jobs required in the spat hatchery. You can imagine in terms of the mussel farming and the seaweed farming on the water, that's farming stock. So there's lots of opportunity for good employment in that space. And then I guess finally, there's no end of opportunity for processing, and I mean product extraction with seaweed. So we think this is an industry that will lift the average income significantly, and it will also lift the well-being of those communities that employ these people. Sorry, that those people employed for to be able to do the things that I guess that we all aspire for our whānau to do, and that's have their homes, get their kids off to school and things like that. So yeah, and we're already talking to the universities. We've actually got programs that have been built to put them into primary schools. They're actual programs inside Portuguese College now, working with Cawthron. So we've recognised that early.
Okay, thank you, Hayden. Wish you well, and pass on our acknowledgement to B2B as well in terms of the mussels. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thanks to you guys too. You guys have supported us in the background over the last few years, and your continued support would be gratefully accepted, of course. So thank you too.
Right.
Sort up.
Thank you. Councillor Shipnick submitted Peter Tahana. Tanakwa Peter. Peter, we've got 2 submissions here. Do you want to run them together, or do you want to stop? You've done one, take questions.
I think I'll do the main submission first, take questions.
That's the other we get in the
kilowatts on this. A week, a week. We're checking dinner or details. They yoga from people, they yoga. So get up, follow, get up as well as Marawi to have not what we are in. Pero tenía notado que es muy peor que la será el que tiene como que estaba que ya bueno será que ahora te parece que ahora estoy que tiene su más capto que o que pero por lo que te voy a mostrar o me trata de mejorar tenía buenos amigos que votan a la universidad tiene una pues buena de cambia pero muy buena y potencial hay lo que tiene grupo aquí a lo que militarlo tiene ya de buena pero y tomar una a ver todo por ahora ya como actuar buena tiene
I don't have a separate presentation on that. Speak. I'll refer to the submission as slides. And I'm conscious of the time, so I'm not going to go through it all word to word. I just want to focus on key points and these opportunity questions and answers. Firstly, just give you a little bit of context of who made this submission. This is a submission on behalf of 3 Ngāti Kia, Ngāti Mākimo, and Ngāti Moana. Under the banner of three tupuna, Rāpere, Wārangi, and Moana. A little bit of context of who we are, I suppose, in the modern context of maybe we are, I wanted to provide a little bit of data just to give you some context. Collectively, we make up about 10,461 people. In terms of the town, all the various town, we Ngāti Kia on itself is the largest. Even these two, we continue to be the largest section of our population perspective. We also the largest area of interest that we need in Sandawa. There's a few numbers in there outside of the area of interest. There's essentially the links between CC all the way out to the coast I did want to share just a little bit of data around land and our contributions. So my land area from there is 35,000 hectares to the BOPRC. The lake beds, which we now own 5,728 acres of that area. And then dog conservation areas, 15,000 hectares. The majority of which we gifted to the ground for the enjoyment and use of this. And then the private land areas, the balance about 46% hectares. We've also got a little bit of data about our rating contribution. Just bear in mind, this isn't purely to the regional council, this is rates across the board to the territorial councils. But an annual contribution of 2.6 is great. Yeah, very taken serious. This particular submission is being driven by the BOPRC in collaboration with Ngāti Moana and Ngāti Mākimo. I'll just start really briefly with this BOPRC. It's essentially a BOPRC that's focused on greater collaboration and unity amongst ourselves as people. We're really clear that the challenges that we face today's world require us to work harmoniously with each other first and foremost, and then with other key stakeholders around us. We're guided by some values that our super have. So whakapapa, acknowledging where we come from. Probably more importantly, acknowledging the many connections. One of the really important is that everything is connected. As environmental organisations and science slowly is starting to understand the interconnections between everything in the ecosystem. Working together. So we're trying really hard to think in the way that our did, albeit we live in a very context, a very different context today than that of Superman. But the principles and the values by which they lived are very relevant today, particularly the view of the environment and our relationship with the environment. From our worldview, we are a super reference environment. Now, we are the Judaism's environment. The land, the trees, the birds, the various animals they came before us. But we have an important role as humanity in terms of this environment, because we have the greatest ability to do harm, to do good. We're on a mission to regain our ability to determine our futures. And for us as Iwi, we're probably in a fortunate position in the sense that we still have a lot of land ownership, which is really the foundation of the future itself. So love for each other, love for the code, we can respect the relationships that we have with others, and the final planning of the crisis. That's a constant focus on our future generations. We are really clear that we're only here for a short time. And that's why our job is to create a bit of space, a place for children. So coming to submission points, the first point is one of our points, and then the remainder of the document respond to some of the content that you want to. So the key point that we wanted to request, put in front of you, is the need for us to have greater resources to be able to operate in space. There's very some context in there from a massive scale perspective, together all of our priorities of work historically has been done on a voluntary basis, other than we were able to get some project funding, particular project. And we have a little bit of resources where we can focus on something on these matters of complexity. But otherwise, everything has been voluntary. And this isn't just from the last, actually, you go beyond to this regional council's existence. This goes back hundreds of years. I'll give you a couple of real small examples, just again to give you context. The gifting of senior reserves in DC, that occurred around 1910, between 1910 and 1990. We made the choice to gift some 5,000 hectares into the ground to preserve the conservation status. One of the interesting things that I was did at the time is that we maintain the government's role in this. So to this day, those senior reserves are made up of about a very big. I'll just raise it because we have a very long history engaging with the grounds, and the various agencies around protection of our environment and the well-being of our people. So coming back to our submission, essentially, we are keen to work with the regional council to get some resources to be able to establish a layer, so an office that can coordinate our environmental work. We're all very aware that we are often asked to provide input, whether it be long-term plans, whether it be consenting processes, whether it be central government legislation. So there's a lot of work that we need to do just in that space, let alone the actual on the ground, getting out there and monitoring the environment and doing work on the ground. So essentially what we're after is some resourcing. We're suggesting a number of 260,000. That's based on the need for a couple of people to get the space for us, and then the various systems that are required to support that. One of the things I want to say about this is this is a new concept. I have seen other iwi state study in terms of regional council funding sports. As I understand it, there are residents of this. For us, we've just reached a time where we really need to make a shift. But we can't really make a significant shift without support of the regional council and other councils for that. So this number that we're asking for doesn't necessarily need to have purely regional council contribution. Essentially, that will give us the resources to be on the ground doing this work, because that's time that we will have paid jobs to do this money to secure for future generations. So do you want me to pause on that one with these questions?
It's a Councillor Winters.
Yeah, Peter, we're requesting 10% of the annual rates that Māori pay over your water, which is, you've said 2.6 million, but that doesn't include, that includes Rotary District Councillors Club.
Yeah, we'll see it back.
And yeah, so do you know, I mean, I can get it from that later on. Do you know the amount we pay regional council over your term as well?
Yeah, just off the top of my head, I know that in the lax part of the area, contributions to regional council rates is around. Yes. Sorry, 400,000.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have the data, this is fine, this goes by hand in hand, so we can break it down.
I mean, we can get it too, but I just thought you might have something to tell you.
Sure. And sorry, one other thing I need to say about that number is purely based on mighty interests. It doesn't include our individual farmer homes. We have done the exercise with what's easy as we need to do it in the context of seriously issues that we're facing at the moment. And that number came out to 400,000. That's our households. Easy.
It's quite clear it is sufficient. Cover that. Councillor Scott.
I just follow on from that. I like your comment at the bottom of the patients, but one about the agencies not paying rates. And I'm wondering as part of the working analysis you've done, if you come up with a ballpark figure of what their rates would be if I don't know if they were contributing to the number.
No, I did answer. The subject of what they continue. All right, so we're going to move on then to some of the responses. So firstly, working effectively with mining branches around the region. I did look at the fully supports a strategic priority. We believe it's essential that iwi, Papu, whenua are involved in environmental decisions moving forward. And we all understand that there was a point in time where that was our role anyway. There was nobody else there who were looking after these environments. Probably more accurately, we were living in harmony with these environments. Environments that actually need a lot of looking after for behaviour. But we live in a society that likes to extract natural resources and their unintended consequences. So we support the regional council's priority around partnerships with Māori. I also want to acknowledge the history of this council from that perspective. This is the first council in the country that established Māori rules well before it became a big political issue at national level. Now we see the potential reversal of it in the next few years. So I want to be to those past councils, the leadership of that time to have coverage for this space. And then moving forward, I think there have been a number of initiatives that this council have done that are very trail-based way in terms of genuinely making attempts to build smart. I really appreciate our both on the line team, the work that they do. It's quite challenging for the Māori to be able to engage with councils. Unless you're professionally trained in this space, it can be very confusing how it works, how the legislation connects to regulation, so processes. So having another Māori in the system is really useful to support us. It's also really important to ensure that our thinking doesn't enable fears that people can translate what we say and think about how it integrates with all the other responsibilities that you have to face, and also the conscious being an agency of the ground and what that comes with. So full support in terms of the partnerships with Māori and the work we need to achieve to provide. Taking a regional view while recognising the importance of regional variations and ensuring constructive relationships, nationally, regionally, and sub-regionally, again, fully support this priority. I want to make the point that you already understand this, that not every part of our is exactly the same, and there are different natural resources, there are different influences that are creating environmental degradation. So you do need to have that ability to both have solutions that are tailored at a sub-regional level, but also understand what's happening at a level. And then again in the national level. So we fully support that priority. Integrated land use and transport planning in the region, including the intersection of natural hazards, climate change, and natural resource limits. Again, we support the strategic priority. We are very conscious that climate change is here, has been here for a while, will continue to be here. And there are some major challenges for us as councils, as people, as humanity about how we might respond to it. And from a Māori worldview, our view is that we need to learn how to adapt. this isn't actually you, but down the street. In our narratives, there are many examples historically of climate change impacting us and ourselves to it. There are examples that sit out there, they line up, with their own ourselves that they still not. But over time, climate change, those thinking was very recently it's making a move. I think the key point I'm trying to raise here is that we support the concept of adaptation more so than mitigation of potential things. If that's the right way to live with the environment for us to change our behaviours as opposed to control. I'm sure the regions step into a changing climate now to facilitate a transition to a low carbon economy. We fully support the BOPRC. It's really nice since the last procedure in terms of some of the alternative economic opportunities for us that may be better for the environment that still provide the economic benefits that are required for people to live. I think I've touched on the key points too as well here around climate change. We are quite conscious that these matters are us here and now. We're seeing that around the lakes, the lake is being quite high. That's having a direct impact on some households. So it's again the area. So fully support that priority. The next point I think was support for having the regional councils my policy matters. I think I've already touched on this because I appreciate this council is historically continues to do seems to be moving to Māori and the engineering capacity of Māori global policy and regional council. So I might stop there. The only other point I had here was raised from my perspective, reading values. I know you operate as an organisation that I believe I think we are flexible on all the subtleties and how we explain and define these values. So we're on the same page from that perspective. I don't think got that in here because that's very important to us from relationships. We don't actually connect with each other, I suppose, beyond intellectually. It's quite hard for us to even get into relationship. I think that's all. So I'll stop there.
Kia ora, Councillor Nice.
Your request for funding for Tari Taio. We funded Tiara previously to try and get a collaborative Taio hub up and running. And I think it's fair to say it didn't actually achieve what we wanted. So why, can you tell me why that didn't succeed? Was it timing or was it the way it was operated? And would you, at the time it would be different, have been willing to be part of that Taio hub as opposed to setting up or wanting to set up your own? I guess my question is coming from the position where we've got so many trusts, so many iwi that are all coming to us asking us for assistance to build their capability, capacity, and wanting to also pick up some of the service delivery and participate in decision making. It's very big thing for this organisation to be able to respond right across and prioritise and work out how we can best allocate our funds. So can you go back, I'm sort of reading on about, but go back to my question and answer that? Thanks.
Firstly, I should include that I'm a trustee on the trust. However, I wasn't a trustee at the time. I will give you a very small view of that particular team. For me, there are a couple of things were wrong. Firstly, was the planning, in terms of understanding to make a hub like that work in a powerful plug-in. The foundation of that is essentially relationships that Taylor Lakes Trust have, possibly don't have, with the various Alberta iwi. If those aren't in place. So that was the first kind of step that went wrong was in the planning process. Taylor Lakes Trust commissioned Deloitte to develop a business case. I read that business case and it talked very little about relationships. logical systems and functions and business processes you need to facilitate a hub, but it didn't get to the foundation relationship. So that's the first thing that we wrong. Secondly, I think there wasn't a clear fundamental call around how to roll that out. Again, this goes back to the relationships. I think there should have been a staged approach that started with perhaps a year of conversation to tell them their trust in the various people. So they asked for a whole bunch of money without, first of all, having strong relationships in place. Secondly, not understanding what the needs were for the individual movie. So they may have done that exercise and got, actually, we don't need you, or we do need you, but we only need this kind of support. So those conversations never happen. But for me, those are the two fundamental reasons why they didn't roll out the way that they could have, which in my view would have led to a more successful outcome. The other thing I'd add to that is I think it's important to take a bit of a staged approach, which I haven't put down in detail in here, but that's our intention. We're not after this money straight away. We think we probably need a year or two, a setup phase. So we need the opportunity to sustain. I have already talked with staff about other ways to support us in that initial period. I understand that some dealing there's contributing to those people, probably 3 months, 6 months to help establish processes. So I think that would be the approach that we do. Coming back to a comparison with the Terra Lakes Trust, our relationships are already in place in terms of history. So our follow-up is very close. More importantly, at an operational and a leadership level, we're essentially the same people, a number of us sit on boards across those 3. So we're always talking together. We have deliberately made this approach as we understand the pressures on you in terms of every upward, every year around what we ask for things. But also for us, it doesn't make sense to the logical perspective. Our relationships are so close from an environmental perspective. We have interests in the same interests. So at least not create 3 hubs or 3 offices. Let's just do it together. Let's be more efficient.
Do you think if your trial hub tour could be expanded to cover other hubs and even in the future?
Absolutely. I do again. I think that's a process though that it's one we need to appreciate is if we are at various stages of maturity in the space, there are other things that we do very specific work. The other thing I is this at the moment we're talking about just essentially an environmental coordination function project. But over time our explorations to ideally to evolve some of the functions that we currently do. If the transfer of powers of a section of the RMA manages to endure through this governance time, that may be the mechanism that we use to start transferring functions back to us. We're really clear that that work has to be done well, so we wouldn't be asking to transfer every function. We would like to start with the easy stuff. We'll look at it holistically. And I think in this process too, it's not about just more units. It's about us working together. And there's a really important strategic aspect to that around bringing diversity of thinking to the table. A lot of the challenges that we face environmentally have been created by Western paradigm. There is a need now to diversify our thinking. You need more Māori thinking, not just Māori thinking. There are indigenous views, there are other ways of thinking around the world. I know this council is open to that. I know you've gone internationally to different parts for their science again. We need to continue to do that in Māori and important diversity of thinking, which reflects nature actually. Nature is monoculture. It's not monoculture. We need to start behaving, thinking the same conditions.
Peter, we need to leave it there. Thank you for your submission. Thank you also for your contribution in the last involvement again, which is essentially a full run to this. Thank you.
Chief, don't go into touch on the other submission, but the sections on the rates on session of those restrictions.
The next submitted to the council is Julie Rigger. Was it Riga?
Yes.
Rigger, Julie Rigger, on behalf of several groups, only Julie, like who referred to Kennedy.
Well, it's all
Two little.
Take a seat,
bags.
come and take a seat.
She's a very strong woman. Thank you, Chelsea.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I want to acknowledge the support of Jill Walker and Robin Spirit in preparation of this presentation. We, a group of residents from BOPRC LTP Regional Council, urgently moved to Rural Lakes Council to seek funding sources to support the rejuvenation scheme. The reason that Lake and Water Use scheme is only half finished is a result of the withdrawal of government grant. This has left us with the installation of pipes along all our roads, but no connections to houses. In 2017, BOPRC Regional Council declared the land around Lake and Water to be a maintenance zone. This meant that septic tanks were no longer acceptable, and the wall residences were required to have either reticulation or an OSET system for our sewerage. Unfortunately, many of our houses are either too close to the lake or sections too small to be able to install an OSET system. So for us, reticulation is the only choice we have. In addition, there is a threat that if we don't either reticulate or have an OSET system, our houses could be red stickered. And if our houses were to be red stickered, we could no longer live in them. People who live in Kennedy Bay and Ōtautu Bay value and appreciate the natural beauty and wildlife that surrounds us in our bays. We have no desire to further damage our already eutrophic lake by adding runoff from our septic tanks. We understand and appreciate BOPRC Regional Council's reasons for establishing a maintenance site. We are generally in favour of reticulation. At a recent meeting of 40 local people, everyone present was asked if there was no cost at all to homeowners for reticulation, would you support it? Everyone in the room agreed. When they were asked if they agreed to pay $45,000 or more, there were few people in favour. Some of our residents wept when saying what they felt about the price being now charged in Rotorua for reticulation. Cost is a huge obstacle for us. We are aware of the enormous blowout in the cost of the reticulation schemes at both Lakes Rotorua and Lake Rotoiti. But it seems that we at Lake Rotoiti are years away from being reticulated. How much will the cost have expanded by the time the Rotorua Lakes Council is ready to finish the system in our communities and finally connect the pipes on the road to the houses? We, the citizens, are prepared to pay towards the installation of the reticulation scheme. We would be agreeable to a contribution of between $10,000 and $15,000. We simply cannot manage a sum to pay a sum as large as that being asked of Lake Rotoiti and Lake Rotorua residents. Please remember that we are a community of about 90 houses. If it takes 5 years or more for our reticulation system to be completed, what contribution do you expect it to be? The BOPRC Regional Council contributed $3 million to the installation of the sewage systems at Lakes Rotorua and Lake Rotoiti. Could you contribute $1.5 million, or equivalent, adjusted for inflation, to the completion of our system. We request that you, the AOP Regional Council, work in conjunction with the Rotorua Lakes Council to source funding to assist in bringing down the cost of reticulation for each household. We suggest the Ministry of Health, the Ministry for the Environment are two likely candidates for you to approach. And the Ministry of Conservation is a further probable funding provider, as the results of reticulation will contribute to a lifting of conservation values of our lake. The Kānoa Fund, formerly known as the Regional Development Fund, is another source of funding. In summary, I would like to say that Lake Rotorua community treasures our beautiful natural environment and our attractive trophic lake. We would welcome a fully reticulated system and understand the importance of this to assist with the water quality in our lake. Cost is a huge barrier and cause for anxiety among us. We could not pay the $45,000 each being asked of Lakes Rotorua and Lake Rotorua communities. We urge you, the BOPRC Regional Council, to work in conjunction with the Rotorua Lakes Council to strenuously seek funding sources from government departments and funding providers so that we can be supported to pay approximately $10,000 per household for sewage reticulation. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Jill and Robert. I know you put a lot of effort into this, and as you know, this is part of a much bigger consideration in terms of road reading. Councillor Winters.
Oh, I just want to clarify, Julie, and hello, good afternoon. In your statement on the first page, BOPRC contributed $3 million to the installation of sewage systems at Lake Rotorua. That's incorrect.
Oh, there could be four.
I just want to make sure for the record that the information is out there. We've got an $8 million of a proposed $35 million scheme that was proposed 4 or 5 years ago. It's since blown out to 56. Yeah. Won't go into the detail today of whys and wherefores, but one of the whys and wherefores was the community has been told that it was because of increased resource consent conditions imposed by us, which is not true. Once the resource consents were granted, wastewater treatment plant, building pipelines, that was it. That was in the 35 million. So for the community, and I don't know where they got the information from, but for the community to say that the increase in cost was because of further in resource consent conditions by this was not true. So I just want to make sure for the record that it was straight about that, because misinformation is really dangerous in these situations. So, but thanks for your submission. Points noted. We've got a big job in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Nice.
Thank you. Julie, bit of ignorance, but what was the grant that you had lost?
It was from the previous government, the Labour Green government, and it was the Ministry of the Environment. Gave $10 million for Steve.
No, so Julie, what you're referring to is a request from RMC to essentially borrow off the regional council. $10 million was allocated to the incentive scheme for Lake Rotorua nitrogen purchase. So that's probably what you're referring to. And as recently as yesterday, there was another letter went to MFE, but from my knowledge, there was no direct funding given to your scheme that MFE Councillor Winters.
Yeah, wasn't it the $2 million that went for the pipeline into Road here? Wasn't it part of that Three Waters?
So that was what I referred to as the better off funding.
That's it.
So Julie, I don't know the answer to this, but before that main truck articulation was put in,
Yes.
and I know it was from the better off funding that RLC received the money from the previous government. We consulted as a group of residents about that and about when the timing was going to be for articulation to your houses. Or did they just do it?
I think just.
Not to the visa down, which is, they just came in. Pipelines, 2 weeks. There's any correspondence out to the householders, I'd like to know that. I haven't seen.
We didn't know about it either.
Yeah, and ultimately, what we want was is to be included in the and to keep that's our ultimate aim in this solution. And worry about it, dollars later. Because it always to be finally tweaked. So with we've got it through from GT and Bushman. We'll be piggybacking on the go to, what it's going to cost us. Well, we want to be included in the scheme, because all of our us go look where we live. We're aware of our environment out there, we want to keep that like, we want to improve the quality of the land. Well, it's going to be hard because it's GSM. We've got all that going on. Yeah, and water coming in. That's what we'd like to do. Can as articulating septic tanks into the system up to 1B3 Westwood Street.
Okay, anything else, councillors? Are you making a similar representation to RLC? You are, good. Okay, thank you, ladies, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Councillors, we're adjourned until 1 o'clock.
Thank you for the words. Oh,
Thank you, councillors. We will reconvene. So our next presenters are Darren and Rachel Garvin. And our very own Brady. Welcome, Ben. And you're promoting, you submitting on Rotary X.
They're going out.
Yes, yeah, Darren, let's go.
I'm going to put up a presentation that we get.
Yeah, so councillors, this is one of those applications.
It's coming. Maybe just a quick introduction. So you've got 4 board trustees, including the other 2 here at the table. And our 4th is Andrew Wilson, from CEO of Rotary X. Nervous, we're a bit nervous.
So you should be.
Asking for more money.
Pull the mic.
Oh. So, I can't say this. There we go. So Rotary X is a long-standing charitable trust. It's celebrating 15 years in June this year. So, and we've delivered 127 events at the time. And some of them are events partnering with the particular organisation, growing business. So, yeah, it's grown over the time, obviously, but the last 3 to 5 years have been extraordinarily difficult sponsorship. There's all 4 of us. We have some potential conflicts, but we manage those. As you would understand, it was a small town. There's always the potential for conflicts of interest. So we do manage those. We have 4 values. As you've ever attended one of our events, I always talk about our 4 core values: exciting, positive, innovative, collaborative, and they help really form the project. So everything we do must be epic. So that's a high bar, but everything's epic. You can't steal that from any charities that you. We do have a vision of this program being, as it says here, an exciting, prosperous community. One of the reasons why we started in 2009 was the Daily Post had to have front page dedicated every single day to something going wrong. It was just after the GFC and I was banking, and so the whole thing was really negative. And so what we wanted to do was create something that was very positively rooted. And we have a purpose as well, so this sort of guides us every single day to connect and inspire communities. So that is by bringing in speakers, local speakers, and others from around New Zealand is appropriate. The most one that I remember the most is when we got the bloke. We had a tree fall on him in Conroe somewhere, and he spent 45 minutes under the tree thinking about, this is not good, this is not bad. He was waiting to be rescued, and then he decided that he wasn't going to let it impact on his life, and so he went on to earn a silver at the London Olympics, Paralympics, I should say. And it was one of those inspiring things. It was amazing. And so we do a few different things, but mainly it's event driven. This is your slide. Oh, I need to hand over to Mike.
So we're all about connecting entrepreneurs, people who want to be in business, and existing business owners. We do that primarily through a range of different events. Our sort of flagship event is our Connect event. This is a pre-networking event. One of the main ways we differ with all the other networking events that are hosted in Rotorua and the Bay of Plenty is we are free. Most other business events, you either have to pay a membership fee or an attendance fee. The other way we differ is our attendees are primarily female. We normally have a 50 to 75% female attendance rate, and we're also generally under 50. While we don't have exclusions, everyone is welcome, we seem to have developed a greater following of female and younger people who want to either start businesses or who are in businesses. The other thing is we do have a reasonable Maori percentage in both our speakers at our events and our attendees, so we're a very inclusive environment. So we have our Connect event, which is a monthly event, and that is all about bringing in an inspiring speaker. It's not a promotional event for the speaker, it's about sharing their journey, because we learn through other people's experiences. We want to hear their ups and downs, how they overcome those difficulties to inspire the rest of us. We also run business training programs. We have our Incubate, which is a small business program, as well as we do an online marketing program and other training as required. And we also hold annual pitch night. We've already had that last month. We've had, I think, about 60 different businesses pitch over the 9 events, and we'll have our 10th pitch night next year in May 2025. In terms of how we connect with our audience, we have a Facebook following of over 800 people, and that is the way that we promote our events, as well as an email database. Our email open rate is over 35% on average, which is significantly higher than the industry average across the board of about 18%. We have a dedicated website to promote our events and talk about our events. We generally we average around 500 visits a month on our website. So we are visited regularly by people who know us already and want to find out about our next events, and also new people. Our email list does grow, and we continually get new subscribers signing up on our website. We do also send out media releases about our big events, like the pitch night, and when we offer our free business training. And the media usually, I know you have no control whether they pick that up, but we usually do get coverage in the local paper. And apart from our Connect events, we do hold other events with other organisations. And on average, we deliver, a significant number of events, more than 10 to 50 events a year, depending on what we've got.
Thanks, Rach. Good day, Councillor. I just wanted to quickly and briefly about why I joined Rotary X and what it's done for me and how I came to be part of it, because originally I was more of the pastoral client, I suppose, of it, and then became involved at the podium. Back when I was under 30, some time ago, I actually was looking for places to connect with other businesses. I had joined the Rotary Property Investors Association, and that really wasn't for me. I didn't really have anywhere where I could connect with other young business people in town, and without it being just at a pub or something. So a girlfriend and I actually decided we were going to try and start a business networking group. And so we put out some media, and we got everyone together to see if we could find out what everyone was after. And so we captured that data, and it turned out that they really wanted speed dating. So at that point, I exited and said, okay, that wasn't quite the pitch that I wanted. And around about that same time, Darren had decided that he wanted to start a business networking group. So instead of having to be called into what was turning out to be speed dating on a Friday night, I ended up joining Darren at Rotary X. And it's been really great to see the positivity that it's brought to Rotorua. Up here on the screen is actually a letter that the previous mayor, Steve Chadwick, actually provided to us before she left. And it was all on the basis that she would regularly attend our events. And the reason she did is because she found that it was one of the few places that she could go where it was just 100% positive. We were there purely for support. We were there for the other people, and it was a real give back. You didn't have to have enough money to attend. So it didn't exclude anyone, and it's been very inclusive. The other reason that I really enjoyed it was, particularly as Rachel said, that it really has resonated with people who don't always feel comfortable in the larger organisations. I think the Chamber and some of the other organisations do a great job, but it doesn't necessarily resonate with the younger population. The people who don't have the money at the moment to be able to pay for those membership fees. And I think now more than ever, when we've got a really tight fiscal environment, people are really pulling back on being able to spend that money. We're looking at the bottom line and saying, can I afford that membership fee to go to that business to get working? And a lot of those things are being held. So I think it's really important for overall that we do have something that people can still keep together, be inspired, and talk about their businesses, work on their businesses. The connection that I've seen people make at these events has just been amazing. We always do a 5-minute stop, please go and introduce yourself to somebody who you do not know yet. And it really does encourage that connectivity amongst our businesses. And the fact that you don't actually have to have a successful, highly profitable business. A lot of our businesses are not for profits as well, that are giving back to the community. And they could never afford to be part of something that costs more because they're doing it as not for profits. So I just wanted to say, without the funding, we can't operate. With all of our other sponsors also looking at their bottom line at the moment, it is getting a lot harder for us to sustain our events, so we are having to pull back. And the only people that suffer from that are the businesses that need this more than ever in our community. So if you've got any questions?
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Scott?
I'm just listening to any other major sponsors.
With you, depends on what period, but previously there've been the Rotorua Lakes Council, the significant supporter, Rotorua Trust is as well. Banks.
The bank, the large corporate bank, bank, and some of them.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. And the Economic Development Agency, RNZ obviously provides some funding, particularly for our tax program. And of relevance probably to the regional councillors, we've recently added a new module in, which is about business sustainability. So instead of just getting advice to small businesses, I've actually set up a module on the environmental impacts of businesses and how to mitigate that in terms of waste minimisation, branding and marketing, and making sure that the businesses that are emerging are building in resilience for things like carbon accounting, climate change, anything in terms of waste minimisation. So we have really made sure that we've included modules to try and support our businesses to navigate some of the policy changes that might be coming at them as well.
Yeah, so the only other one we haven't quite mentioned is EMA.
Oh, yeah.
Long-term supporter of theirs. Councillor White.
That's the citizens.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm just interested in people have gone through this program, but got that, those are eggs. How they got, how it looks into the future. So they just success stories that you can really.
So one of the ones that come to mind, I don't know whether you know of a company called Bike Matrix. They're a Rotorua business that is creating a technology portal to be able to sell, if you have a mountain bike and you want to buy replacement parts, right now there is no database to know whether the parts you're buying are correct for the bike that you have. And they've actually built an app and a system that has, I don't know, I think last count 6,000 bikes and all their components in it. And they went through our Incubate program as a startup. They've now secured investment and they're going great guns.
Another one that comes to mind, which again, it's probably showing my green influence here, but DD Milk is a local manufacturer of artisan concentrated nut milk powder or nut milk products, and they've actually just recently bought into the Australian market. So they went through our Incubate program, but they also pitched for investment at the pitch night as well, and they're doing really well. And so it's about, most people didn't even know that they existed, and they're manufacturing out of White Street. And it's all zero plastic. So instead of buying Tetra packs of oat milk like this, you buy one small jar and it makes up to 6 litres of milk. And they do barista blends, they do macadamias, and they're also supporting local, and they're taking local hazelnuts from some of the Bay Plenty Regional Council placement trials that were run through the land use program. So it's really a good sustainability story. Like I said, they just secured rights to the Supermarket Chamber Australia. So there's been some really, that's my favourite.
Well, thanks, Darren, Rachel, Anna, thanks very much for your submission and presentation.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, so we have Don Atkinson, John Gifford and Jeff Dainty, Lakes Water Quality Society. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Doug, and councillors for this opportunity to present to you. This is dear to our heart, subject, it's Labour Treaty and the protection of it. You're looking at a slide there, just before I introduce the slide, I just should introduce to you my fellow members here, Jeff Dainty, who's an engineer, resident of Diakau, and John Gifford, who you will know as chair of the Labour Quality Society. So the slide that you're looking at up front is effectively a photograph last year of the bloom on the lake. And you would have seen a number of photographs before of the wall when it was in a relatively new condition, where the green on one side of the lake was absolutely clear, and on the other side of the lake, effectively, the water was brilliantly blue, and the contrast, we've all seen those photographs, was dynamic. But here we have a situation where it is indistinguishable. Does this give me my next slide? Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm just on for too quickly. So what, go back here. What we're seeing and requesting is that we understand that there's $1.6 million currently allocated in the 2025-26 budget for repairs to the wall. We see that as being far too late. And we will take you through why. The other issue is that is a bit of sticking plaster in our observation. Best seen as sticking plaster, and that ultimately we need to face up to a proper repair job for the wall. We're suggesting that you need to put into your plan $10 million in 2029-30. So we all know it was a gem. I've talked about the initial slides that were there. In this presentation, I've got a number of slides to sit alongside, and you will see just gaps of light in the masonry. That's effectively the holes that are in the wall. They're pretty much continuous, and we've got 1.2 kilometres of wall, and we've got holes down most of it. Now these were taken a year ago, so it's deteriorated further from there. This does a very critical job in protecting the lake, and this wall has proved to be successful. But for a number of years now, we've been wondering why the wall has been failing us, and it became crystal clear to us when we saw the consequence of the bloom and the water being effectively coming through the lakes. So we've had, in the last 2 years, in
in our bay, which is Okawa Bay. But it's a similar situation as Iweta Bay. At the moment in summer, you haven't been able to swim in that bay. It's been closed because of building. It's an absolute disgrace that we have infrastructure that has failed. Here. Those are get to the question of this. So those are the basic facts in respect to the war. In 2000, built in 2018 and 2014, we know it's failing. It's a quite incredible situation to find that such short time, effectively, before we were concerned about. Note that in the report in 2014, that hydrogen sulfide effectively was suggested as one of the root problems that needed to be tested for at least, but I'm unaware at the moment that the cause of why the water has deteriorated so quickly has not been established. It makes it a little bit difficult going forward to predict with certainty how long it's going to last, but clearly the way it's rapidly declining at the moment, and there's plenty of evidence of that, is that even with a patch job on the wall, you're going to need to address the critical problems, and we need to know the cause. Currently, we're talking about putting polythene sheeting over the walls of 1.5 to 3 meters in depth. That's going to be secured into the existing sheet piling. My lay position, and I'm sure I said at the beginning, at the end of the day, we've all three of us be as expert witnesses, but here we today sit as lay people giving our opinions rather than our expert advice. So it's going to be, the proposal is to fix it into the sheet piling. So the sheet piling is failing. So we'll just have to accept that this is sticky plaster, and until we've resolved the issue, it's not going to go away as much as we would like it to. But the sticky plaster won't last very long because the holes have been created all around it. I'm sure Jeff will talk a bit more about that. Those are our submission requests we're looking at covering up the holes, giving us some time to do some proper work and ensure that the wall effectively achieves its 50-year lifespan. There's currently inadequate funding in your LT plan to do this. There is also an ongoing question, which I think we just should take up later on, but that's beyond this meeting, about liability and design errors. Clearly, something that fails a third of its time into its life and it's got some problems. Yeah.
So, Jeff, just before you start, Don, yes, Jeff's comments and probably John's are going to take longer than your time, and I know there'll be lots of questions. So, with your leave, could I suggest we've got some people, the next submitters waiting in the waiting room soon. If you're happy to sit in the public gallery there, because after the next submitters on Zoom, we've got a big free period. And if you want to come back, we can continue discussion.
We'd appreciate it.
Goodbye.
Since
John, what we now or not?
No, wants to hold us.
You get all the time.
You want us to be hard aside.
We didn't know that. So was it public hearing?
So, yeah.
Don't want to rush you, John.
Oh, no, you can say that.
Yeah, stay there, just held to.
That's good. So, councillors, we're going to have Emma Jones from Clear the Air, Mount Whanganui, who requested on page 37 of your hard copy. Sorry, that's your organisational ones. I don't have a reference for diligent. Emma? Can you hear us, Emma?
Oh, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll just turn you up a bit. Okay, as you know, we've received your submission. This is your time slot in terms of speaking to your submission. So the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks. And I'd just like to extend an apology. I was not expecting to have to dial in from my car. I'm currently attending the Allied Asphalt Environmental Court hearings all week. And we're at the atrium in Otamota, and there is no space for me to be able to go and to be able to do this. So many apologies to the regional council to have to look at me in my car right now. So I hope you can hear me okay. If you can't, just let me know. So yeah, as to my submission on behalf of Clear the Air, we you know, it's a very important time for us, and this long-term plan is, you know, extremely important in terms of kind of where we're at. I know that as a regional council, you're very aware of the issues we're facing in Mount Maunganui. Many of you have been very involved in trying to put in place some framework around what we're dealing with. So I guess, you know, what we'd like to see in terms of moving forward is certainly the first point, following along from what the City Council have done, is by I guess imposing more of a financial burden on those emitting industries, so that they can, you know, the revenues from that rate increase perhaps, or I don't know how it works, so you'll probably educate me on that. But if that revenue could then be put towards mitigating some of the effects of, or, you know, the costs involved with that's involved with these emitting industries. The other things that we've asked for is certainly, you know, continuing along the lines of setting up the working party group. There could be funding allocated towards certainly more policy development to require resource consents to any industry that's emitting to air, not just the big heavy ones, but there are a lot of businesses in the industrial area that currently are emitting to air that don't require a consent. We'd like to see them all having to go through that process that gives the community a voice in that. So perhaps some more policy development, funding put towards some policy development on that, as well as perhaps a working group that will really look at really proactively working with TCC and Quayside Holdings and industry to look at that managed retreat. Heidi, I don't know if you're on the call, maybe you can jump in if I've forgotten anything, or if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, everyone. Thanks for your time. Just to reiterate, where Emma is right now, and I have been for the last couple of days at the hearing. One of the big things that has come up, this is Allied Asphalt is one of the big emitters, and they want to put a factory in that's 4 times the size, that can take 4 times the capacity that it can now. Now, however, regardless of the fact that it is going to be a new factory that has pretty high standards, it has very high standards for emissions, it still will be an emitter in a polluted airshed. So the opportunity there is to have a space for these, when these when these opportunities come up like this one has, to have somewhere for them to go, because part of their submission into this process is that they don't feel like they have alternatives. However, that we do, Quayside Holdings has the Rangiuru, and we also through TCC have Tauriko, and Tauriko has come up with quite a lot of clear pluses for them. So what we, as far as Emma's saying, we would really like some more proactive movement from regional council to facilitate this.
Thank you. Thanks, Emma. Thanks, Heidi. If you finished, otherwise we'll open for questions. Councillors, open for questions.
There was just one more point on your submission about the pollution helpline, directly from the regional council compliance team to each emitter needs to be established. Sending a person out onto the reported nuisance to sniff the air is not conducive. So, yeah, how do you see that working? I suppose it's something that I probably need to ask staff internally, but have you had a conversation with staff about this already, or where's that at?
Yeah, thanks, Kat. That is a good question. And I guess, like, I do understand, or we do understand, that the hotline it should be, is a very important service that is not just about pollution in the Mount area. Like, I've used it for other reasons too, when I've found something on the beach that shouldn't be there, and it is a really, really effective service. However, in terms of reporting objectionable odours that are coming out across the border from the industrial area, it's proved to be an incredibly difficult process, and a lot of the residents end up feeling quite disappointed by that. In terms of, it's really in relation to the pollution from the industrial area. So we are trying to say, like, we have to rely on someone then to come out and use and sniff and say, oh, I can't smell anything. So a lot of the time we do feel a bit gaslit. It's like, well, you know, we've told you we can smell it, and we're relying on noses, whereas the factories, you know, we're right in this court appearance, we're relying on so much modelling and data and science. It's like, well, that between the regional council's representatives here and Allied Asphalt, for example, or whoever it may be, so they do know that there's that direct link. And so I'm saying, with the hotline process, it's almost like a waste of the regional council's resources to have people from the compliance team come out and do a sniff test, which might be hours later, and then it just feels like that those resources could be better put to work if they're actually just going straight to the industries and saying, well, we know you're emitting this much, and you need to, you know, we need to just do it in a different way. But yes, Kat, to your point, we could flesh this out in the working party a bit more. Heidi, I don't know if you have any further comments on that last point.
Well done.
Sorry?
Just following up on that, are you aware that two major polluting industries have, as a result of the hotline, have actually exited the industrial zone? One at Tamongu, which is seaweed, pet food factory, has now gone to Hawke's Bay, I believe, and the other one is Alpine Foods have now moved from Judea to Horatu at Bumps by Fielding, as a result of the community ringing and complaining and letting them know, and our staff, it is a slow process, but our staff did follow up and get it. So I think you're saying the hotline's not working. Actually, there's evidence of two companies, and that's a loss to our community.
No, May I just say, because I know you're pushed for time, I just want to say that I do understand it's an important channel. Look, let's be honest, Ziwi moved to the Hawke's Bay because they needed a bigger factory, and financially it made more sense for them as well. And it did take many years of many people calling, and it just, yeah, so it just needs, it could be improved. I do grant that it's just, you know, we're 8 years into calling about Allied hundreds and hundreds of times, if not thousands. And the regional council coming out and saying, yeah, we support a 35-year consent for these guys. So, you know, we're kind of,
yeah, that's something I just wanted to add to that, that of Emma's saying, is that we're pretty disappointed that in a polluted airshed, considering it's a new consent, as though, you know, because this is a new factory, it's a new consent and it will pollute, and yet regional council has come out in support. So not only are we still with Whareroa, Ngāti Kuku and us trying to put all of our resources and all of our volunteer time into fighting not only the evidence from regional council, but the evidence, I mean, from the Allied, but also from regional council. So yeah, it's a little bit soul destroying.
Otherwise, for consent hearing that's currently taking place. So Emma and Heidi, thanks very much for your submission in terms of clear the amount what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gee, sorry for that interruption, but it's probably a clear runway now.
My name is Jeff Dainty. I'm a retired structural engineer, worked for over 35 years as senior consultant engineer. And I live near the diversion wall of Te Akau Road, and I have had somewhat few but limited experience in the design of piling sheet. Perhaps I could just start off by saying that the diversion wall runs from the Okau Channel through the Te Akau Point, and it comprises sheet piles which span between the king piles. And the degree of the length of time that they might be able to be sustainable in that particular environment depends on the corrosive nature of the water around it. And when we do the design, we normally put a coefficient in, and we assume that the steel will corrode at a certain rate every year. And then we allow the structural strength of that particular pile element and add to that the corrosive strength. I've been given some results after a discovery of files that showed the thickness and the pit depth of the sheet piles and the king piles. It was done in 2019, sorry, 2019, a little while ago. And from those results, I was able to calculate out what that coefficient should have been. I knew what it was designed for, and I found that the environment around there has caused the corrosion to be 5 times faster than what it was designed for. That's quite a substantial amount. It's 5 times faster than what it was designed for. And I guess my question as a consulting engineer is, why is this possible? When you engage professional people or whatever, why is it that we had this sort of huge discrepancy between what it was designed and what it's actually turned out to be? I've looked at those results, and I find that it's quite clear in the length of time that it's taken to get the pitting and reduction of size of the members that we will have a failure between 2016 2018, as we have in parts of the upper parts of those sheet piles, and that the lower parts of the sheet piles will probably also start failing and create big holes in probably there's 5, maybe 10 at the most. And then when I look at the king piles, I see they're made of thicker material. They may not be as prone to failure. They may last a little bit longer, but again, the maximum stress point in a king pile is below the ground, because they actually cantilever up, and it's below the ground where the maximum stress point is. we haven't actually tested to see how the corrosion is down at that level. So we don't actually know even whether the king piles are going to be sustainable for the 50-year life cycle. I believe that the 50-year was chosen because we understood that that Rotorua was going to be replenished and become clearer within that 50 years, so the two would dovetail together. I'm pretty sure they're not going to dovetail together right now. So I guess I've got a report there that I've sent out to everybody, and it will justify and show exactly what my thoughts were. And I guess my question is, why did this need to happen?
So can I ask you a couple of questions? Because certainly you're right. In your professional opinion, in the designing of this wall, should not a critical component have been what was the environment, in other words, the attributes of the receiving water in which this thing was being constructed? Should that not have been it?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. That would have been a critical factor in the design of the wall. We have to actually realise here, was the designer given information from the local council? Did they say, use this, or this is what's happening? What they did is they actually took the Australian, United States and UK standards, which set out various grades of water, and they picked a relatively severe environment, not as severe as it would be if it was in salt water, not as severe as if it was next to rubbish dump or something like that, but it was relatively severe. But what they didn't do was test things like hydrogen sulfide or the predominance around this area of the geothermal action. And that is something that I believe should have been part of the design brief.
Well, we've got what we've got. Another question here, I see just in that report that you provided us with, you were unable to find some missing files. The reference here is the Beca O'Hara Devotion Wall corrosion investigation in July 2014. I would imagine that should have been available even from our records, because I think I was on council at that time. Myself and the councillor Colin Holmes raised the issue of what was the specification, expectation, requirements given in terms of the purchase of this. So I would imagine that would have been available, or should be available in the council records somewhere. Do you know, Don?
Well, my understanding is that Marcus Junior, Marcus Wilkins Junior, requested all available information from regional council. We got a bundle through, but Jeff's identified things that have been referenced, but we didn't have access to.
Okay. Well, Jeff, my recollection from the time was that we were unable to establish what the metallurgic specifications were for the construction of that. That was the bottom line. That's what we ended up with. We had Councillor White.
Yeah, back in 1985, I went down a number of works in Moria. And at that time I was very quite civic, so it was rained a lot. So people had to get water in and so on and so forth. And I guess over time it get worse, and you combine it with geothermal, potential geothermal impacts, then it will suggest that. I guess my question is around initial testing of water and its environment. Are you suggesting, excuse my ignorance on this, are you suggesting that it wasn't done or not done appropriately, and therefore the design aspects of the water before people can start? So you suggest?
I can't tell you one way or the other, except that I would have thought it would be normal practice to test that water and have the results before you actually started your design. If you didn't know that, then what are you doing? What we know in an environment, we've only just got to look around and we know that the ankle walks on buoys are corroding a lot faster. We know, all sorts of things. Gabriel wall wires are corroding in that area. It's all sorts of things that are happening in there. So we should have been able to ascertain that this is needed. We have to actually figure this out before we actually go and do a proper design and spend reportedly $10 million. And if it's going to cost us another $10 million to fix it, well, I don't know. I just find maybe we should go back and ascertain why it went wrong to begin with.
Councillor Bob Donaldson.
Yes, I was on council at the time the bridge other was built, and my recollection, and it's going back a while, as you know, was that it was project managed by the Lakes Council rather than the regional council. They took over the project, so maybe it's a question for them. Looking ahead now, and my question to you is that the original wall, I think it was 5.6 million or something. I'm just going back into memory, which fades. So I could have that wrong, but it was a big sum. It was part of the whole Rotorua Lakes. It was funded by the regional council. I think we might have put in over the 10 years 40 million, and the government put in 40 million. So it was a lot of money spent on the lakes overall. Going forward, I wonder what your appetite as residents who will get the benefit of what the wall gave. You've seen what the wall gave us after it was put in. It was fantastic, and it's slipping away. So I'm wondering what the appetite, because you can't ask all ratepayers in the region to pay, continue paying and paying. Would you have an appetite for doing like a targeted rate over a 30-year period or something, so that the regional council might fund it initially, but it actually recover, so it's a cost benefit. So ratepayers who are benefiting from it actually treat it.
I don't believe I'm exactly in a position to answer that question, except I can say that I've been involved in leaky buildings a little bit. And when you've got a leaky building, you've got a body corporate that actually takes action against the designer, the constructor, and the council. And it's up to an arbitrator or court to decide whatever is the action that needs to be taken. Most of those people, of course, as I understand it, I'm only a layman, have insurance. Maybe that's the way it should be going.
So just before I come to councillors, could you ask a question to you? Because obviously there's been some progress made in terms of remedial action taken. In your view, the remedial action that's suggested, which is essentially putting polyurethane covers on for the existing sheet pile.
It's not my suggestion, but I
understand that. But with the rate of degradation in that sheet pile, is that is that mitigation going to last as long as we might be told it's going to last?
I can't answer that. I understand that if it gets perforated, that you can actually, the idea is to pull it off and put another sheet down or something like that. I don't know. I don't know enough about those sheets to know that.
Which sheets? Polyurethane. The polyurethane. Oh, I'm referring to the wall, the steel that they'll be affixed to, because you can affix as much as you like. But the sheet piles.
The king piles.
Attached to the king piles.
Yeah, the king piles, and the king piles are a lot thicker material than the sheet piles. But we still don't know for sure. The king piles will last to give us 50-year life cycle either.
Just for clarity, my understanding of the greenfield that it could be referred to as that, those fixes is to attach to the existing sheet piles which are outside.
Yeah. Councillor first, and then we'll just.
Thank you so much for coming, and particularly you, Jeff, for your professional knowledge and the goodwill that you've espoused in trying to address this critical issue. But Chairman's to you, and I presume and hope that my colleagues will support me, but of considerable concern there, these missing files. So can't say that they're antiquities or whatever, but can we formally ask Robin's forum at some stage outside this venue to give an opinion and a decision or reference from the Chief Executive as to where these undiscovered particular missing files are?
It's certainly not for those files following this meeting. I can't imagine they've been lost, so it's just a matter of that they have been sent across, and perhaps were not requested by the lawyer that's mentioned in the
But I think, Chris, the critical issue that we, or the staff need to look at is the one that's Jeff raised, which you can attach as much polyethylene, whatever you want to call it, to a sheet pile. But if the sheet pile itself is degrading, all the attachments, screw through attachments, how long is the sheet pile going to last? Because that's the critical issue. And we don't want to invest in something that's got a life cycle, hopefully 10, 15 years. We find in 5 years, the fragility of the sheet pile's got so that work. But that's a staff issue that you're going to have to get into. Councillor Winters.
Yeah, I was mayor at the time, and when we led the tender for this, it was Rotorua District Council project managed this project. I was mayor at the time. It was funded by Regional Council, as Andrew said, and we relied on Becca. You know, I'm a governor. I'm not an engineer, and you rely on the best specs at the time when you award these contracts. Hell, I didn't know it was going to ride out in 10 years. When you award those tenders, it was supposed to last. It was supposed to last 50 years. So,
I'm an engineer as well, and I would prefer not to comment.
So,
I mean, it's another engineering firm, so I understand exactly what you're talking.
Yeah. So this morning we had a Grant Wallace from also an engineer talk to us exactly the same thing. He's concerned he's concerned about exactly the same thing, the fix. He doesn't believe the fix is the right fix in terms of what our staff are proposing through that greenfields. I'm not convinced either, as Councillor Lee has said, fixing a plastic thing to a steel thing that's going to rot out anyway is not, in my view, as a dairy farmer, not going to work either. There you go. So we need some brains behind this, Jeff, in terms of how do we fix this problem going forward. Because I'm not convinced a sticking plastic sheath over a rocky steel structure is the right one. Are you able to turn your attention as well and help us to do this? Because we're trying to fix plastic to steel underwater with a bacteria that eats steel fueled by sulphur.
I think Councillor Winters, that's a bit unfair because the question you're asking is essentially one that rests with the executive, your opportunity to critique whether or not they've done a good enough job at the time of the review. Because you're right, not over the current proposal, but it needs to have some rigor applied to it. Whether it needs to come from the executive.
Yeah.
Good, I thank you, gentlemen. And Jeff, just to give you some comfort, I think this has historically been a failure of local government. Not on this particular project, but projects generally, where you take the cheapest price. One thing I learned in the industry where I came from, which was process manufacturing, they always stipulated they wanted German grade steel.
Well, you've got Chinese, we got Chinese.
Because it was the cheapest.
It was cheap.
But it was the best. Don.
Mr. Chair, John would like to make some comments on.
Okay, John, there you go.
Thanks for the opportunity to submit to you guys today. I guess we just want to support what Don and Jeff have already presented to you, but I think there's probably one issue that we haven't actually canvassed today, and that is that, you know, as the Lakes Water Quality Society, we were incredibly disappointed to see that the repairs were going to be scheduled for year 2 within the current plan. And so we submit on 3 major issues. One is that the issue of the leakage is addressed as soon as possible and that it needs to be done in a very timely sort of way, so that funding allocation that currently exists within the long-term plan needs to be brought forward. Interestingly enough, we also make the recommendation that an independent review of the wall be undertaken with urgency on its fitness for purpose to exclude water from Rotorua mixing with Lake Rotoriti for the next 30 years. And it's encouraging, Chair, to hear you say that there might be some review of the existing strategy with regards to the remedial action proposed for the wall. But perhaps most importantly, we're really concerned about letting Lake Rotorua water mixed with Lake Rotowiti water over the last, perhaps, certainly the last 2 years, not the last 5 years. What that really means in terms of the credibility of the overall lakes program. Because in essence, we're undermining the sheer fundamental question around what we invested the $10 million for in the wall in the first place. And to me, and my members and our constituency that we represent, letting the wall leak over the last at least probably 2 to 3 years is an indictment, really, in terms of what the whole program was about, which is, trying to keep nutrients out of Lake Rotowiti. And we know from previous evidence that the way in which the Lake Rotorua interacts with Lake Rotowiti is quite complex. It goes through periods of overflow, underflow, and intermittent flow. And so even though we might see the cyanobacteria in Lake Rotowiti at certain times of the year, in particular during the summer season, we haven't got a clue what's happening for the rest of the year while that wall is leaking. And the expectation is that most of that load is underflowing into the deep part of the lake, and in particular the eastern area of the lake. And until we have some really good information and evidence about the impact of those nutrients, bacteria, algal assemblage, and suspended solids moving into Lake Rotowiti, there has to be urgency about making those repairs.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, Jeff, there's just one thing, oh, sorry, my apologies. Jeff, there's one thing that concerns me a little bit, and that's talked about the acidity of the water, pH, obviously, breaking things down. Totally agree, tacking high-density polyethylene onto a failing wall is not the best deal around. But in your opinion, as an engineer, electrolysis? Have you got anything to say about electrolysis? Because that's a real breakdown, especially in a lot of people think it only happens in salt water. It does not happen only in salt water, it happens in fresh water also. So that's, and it's with moving water around it. So whether that's sign failure, I don't know, but that's something that we probably need to look into.
I think there's a lot of investigative work that needs to be done, and it's across the whole gambit of what we're looking at. And before any sheet materials or whatever you've done, I think we need to get in there and do some investigative work, come up with the what's down there, what's causing this accelerated corrosion of whatever we put in. There's no point in my opinion, doing much more until you've actually come up with the results and we know exactly what we're doing. Otherwise, we're just going to spend good money.
I'm conscious of what we do in Kaura around the mills and places like that, sheep pine and that, and we couldn't get any harsher than that area. But yes, that's a real concern. The other thing is a bit of a concern that we talking about how to fund this thing. This is a national treasure, and it's going to turn back to excuse the pun, shithole, which it was 10, 15 years ago. It wasn't a very good lake to swim in or anything like that. I don't know, I say to my grandchildren, the hot pools down, they love it to pieces and all the rest of it. But as far as funding it, I think it's something we need to all, anybody can use it, and it's we shouldn't just put on the burden of the people that live around it. It's just my opinion.
Thank you, Don. Thanks, John. Thank you.
But can I just add at the end, thank you very much for hearing this. But I just want you to take the message away, or my concern away, that to understand this and get the design sorted out, it's going to take 2 or 3 years, probably optimistically. We look at an actual disaster publicly. We've got full algae blooms across all of Lake Rotowiti, and that is where we will head. I guarantee you that. So we're in a really hard place here. That I think that you have to accept that you have to spend some sticking plaster money now to prevent the absolute terrible publicity that will occur as a result of late migrants, and we've been right on the verge of that already. We've had basically messages, but that hasn't gone really simply. So I think you have to accept that you as a council have a responsibility. It is your structure that effectively has failed. It's failed for whatever reason, we've got to work that out. But you have a responsibility to protect the lake now. We cannot wait 3 or 4 years until you've got it sorted out and done. You need to put some second plaster on first. Sorry, but that's a message which I don't like to see, because it is wasteful money you put out, but it also, in relationship to the whole of the lakes program, it's critical to maintain the infrastructure that you've already put in place.
Thanks for that. If it gives you any comfort, could I say that for the benefit of hindsight, this council has given grants to multiple entities to do different things. One of the things we've learned is the ability to give grants without some future input into either design, project management, construction shouldn't occur in isolation of us putting our money on the table. Because we funded war, it's contracted out to third parties, the liability is coming back to us and the community again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this is what I'll be able to.
Yeah, that was my, there's only 2 questions. Not good tax.
Okay, councillors, our next presenter is Sir Henry Vanderhaven of the Lake Tarawera Sewerage Working Group. Or is he outside? You should be listening to the last discussion we had.
Oh, no, I thought I should sit outside.
So, welcome to Henry. You're here to speak on behalf of the Tarawera Sewerage Working Group. And advise that Lily's not coming today.
Yeah.
So the floor is yours.
Okay, hey, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Initially, Libby Fletcher and I were going to do this together, but Libby's been in Wellington the last couple of days. She jumped on a plane this morning, got as far as Rotorua, up in the air, and then turned around and had to go back to Wellington. But she has left me with some notes that I will read at the end. Hey, so firstly, hey, thanks for, I'm going to say, inviting and allowing us to speak here this afternoon. So what I thought I'd do, just take a few minutes, Doug, just to sort of take you through who we are, how I got here, and where we're going today. Hey, so I've been lobbied pretty hard over the last 6 months. My wife and I, Jocelyn, we reside at Lake Tarawera, always been very supportive of the sewage scheme going ahead, or the reticulated sewage scheme going ahead. And I think over the last, can I say 5 to 10 years, but over the last couple of years, the community has become more and more divided as cost escalations actually went up. So I got asked with a few others that haven't really been part of any of the groups to try to unite the community. And I'm going to say, try to unite the majority of the community. We're never going to have 100% united community. So I guess when you're in the latest years of your career, I'm starting to focus a lot more on community and those sorts of things. So I put my hand up to do that. So a number of us set up the working group, so we call ourselves the Lake Tarawera Sewage Working Group. So we're a working group. We're not affiliated to anyone, but of course, as we want to unite the majority of the community, we have got representatives of the LTRA, and Libby is on the working group, and we've also appointed her as chair. She wants me to be the spokesman, so I do most of the speaking, but she is the chair. We've got mana whenua representatives, and we've got 2 other representatives from the community group, from another community group. So we've got all the voices around the table. One of the first things that we did was actually set up a database, and I can say that I think we've got now the biggest database at Lake Tarawera. We've got somewhere between 330 and 340 email addresses. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that would probably represent somewhere between 70 and 75% of the Lake Tarawera residents. So that's how we got here, and why I'm sitting up in front of you. So where are we going and what we're looking for? Hey, so for starters, I'm always solution focused. I'm outcome focused. I'm not going to come and sit here and whinge about things. So over the last couple of months, the working group, we have debated, argued, but we have reached consensus, and it actually is unanimous consensus, and it sort of becomes our line in the sand. So it's around 3 things. So one's around fairness, the other's around equity, and the other's around certainty. Hey, so when I talk about fairness, it's about Lake Tarawera residents being treated like the residents of all the other lakes. So that's what I'm talking about, fairness. We're not looking for anything different, but we don't want to be treated any differently either. So when I talk about equity, there are a number of other lakes. They've all got their own dynamics, but if you take Lake Karaka, their residents contributed 50% towards their sewage. So that's where we're looking for equity. And I think the time's come where we're also looking for certainty. And certainty now is what we call, we've got to cap the price at the latest. I'm going to say valuation, or what the latest costings are, which is 29 million. So what we're looking for is a contribution from the other stakeholders, which includes regional council, Rotorua Lakes Council, and government, of 50%. So we're looking at 50-50, and that's actually our line in the sand. So I've still got a lot of work to do to get the community there. A lot of the community don't want to pay that amount, of course, and no doubt you might even have some of them in front of you over the next few days. So the working group, we're not affiliated to any of the other groups in the community, but in saying that, I think we've got majority support of the community supporting our position. Okay, so that's it in a nutshell. But what I'd like to do, Libby was going to speak after me as chair. So she's just written me, or given me a brief note. If you don't mind, Doug, with your approval, could I just read so therefore it actually goes on the record. So this is what Libby's written, and no doubt she would have spoken to it. So the Lake Tarawera community wanted reticulated sewage. However, they are anxious about the cost. Due to no fault of their own, Lake Tarawera now is not one of the deed lakes. As a result, we have not been afforded the same subsidies as the deed lakes. Members from Tarawera who were on the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme Working Group, that's different to our group, worked collaboratively together with RLC to put a proposal for funding to MFE. Subsequently, 6.5 million was granted in February 2018. The previous councillors wasted time, procrastinated for far too long on implementing the scheme. As a result, the minister at the time was willing to transfer the subsidy to East Rotowiti, Rotomar. The Tarawera community were horrified. It was unanimously agreed by the Lake Tarawera Sewage Scheme Working Group reticulation was the only acceptable way to go. OSET with nitrogen reduction was not practical due to the 169 properties being unsuitable due to the size of the topography. Lake Tarawera is iconic, the birthplace of tourism, and considered a jewel in the crown of the Rotorua Lakes. The beneficiaries of Lake Tarawera are far-reaching. Not only the residents, Mana Whenua, and the Rotorua district, there's also the wider Bay of Plenty region, domestic and international tourism. Our community wants fairness and equity. Currently, a small community is expected to pay 72% of the scheme. Bay of Plenty Regional Council has contributed only a 2.6% subsidy. This is a joke. So here is what we're asking for. 50% split between community, RLC, Bay of Plenty Regional Council and central government, capped at $36,657. That's a 50% I talked about, and this includes GST, which is approximately the equivalent of an installed OSET system. Cost certainty for the landowners at Tarawera. As I say, you've probably read our submission, so I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sir Henry. Councillors, Mr. Winters.
Kevin, how are you?
Yeah, good, Henry. Glad to see that I've roped you into this.
Thank you.
Are you presenting to RLC? The exactly same submission, same?
Yes. Hey, we are presenting. When we put our submission into the regional council, I'm going to say would only be formed for about a month. The submission that we put into the RLC that went in last month, and it's much harder hitting the circuit.
It's so Henry. A component of this is the ratepayers currently expected to pay 70%. The lessons that have not been learned, but what's happened in Rotorua, I have personally said to Tarawera Ratepayers Association, you guys need to get a seat on the project management group. Have you had that discussion? Because even if you were fortunate enough to get 50% contribution to this, our concern has been from lessons learned in the past, project management, cost escalation, delivery on time, on budget, doesn't seem to get a lot of focus.
Can't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. Yeah, so we've sort of, I'd say divided or put our resource in the time that we've been together, which is only 2.5 months. We're really focusing on the funding and the submissions to the long-term plans because that's sort of part of the process. But I can't disagree with you, though. Hey, this cost escalations here just well over the top, way over the top, and I think just like you've articulated, it's happening at the others, at the other lakes also.
Anything else, councillors?
Sure, just to say, Henry, I know that's an aided and my Louis to you on this speech, but would you check with her and see if she'd be happy to circulate that amongst us councillors?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, so do I circulate it to? Okay, if someone gives me an email address, I'll make sure that happens.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Hey, I look forward to a positive outcome. Thank you, and all the best too.
You too, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. So fortunately, another submitter has come early. So we've got now Ray Gatland and Patrice Gatland. I presume they're going to be together. They've got two different slots. One again, it's Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association, and Patrice is speaking on the basis of an individual. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, Ray Gatland.
Where you go?
I think we've got a presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Does Patrice and Sir Henry want to come up and sit next to you? I mean, it's all.
Up to them. That's the one.
It's my bag there anyway, so.
Who do I indicate the slide?
You just pause that to see.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Gatlin. I'm a committee member of the Lake Tarawera Ratepayers Association. The LTRA and the community have long championed the lake water quality cause. The Lake Tarawera Wastewater Reticulation Scheme is now fully committed with completion due 2025. It's a project of major importance because on completion, it will completely eliminate wastewater discharges into iconic Lake Tarawera. So our submission is consistent with that of the working group, although I wasn't actually here early, but which you have just heard. The key points are that the property owner contribution should be capped at 50% of the current project cost, and that Regional Council contributes additional funding to help make this possible. So on the screen, this is what the current funding for the $29 million project looks like. The small grey sector is Regional Council's contribution. The large green sector is the property owner contribution. That's the contribution met by existing property owners. That green sector corresponds to 50,000 excluding GST, including GST, for every existing property owner in the Tarawera settlement. So what does this table tell us? First, the scheme has had a very protracted development. Second, the projected cost of the scheme has steadily risen and risen significantly. Third, the contribution by owners envisaged at the time that council and government funding struck 2018 was around 50% of the project cost. And lastly, and this is crucial, the central funding assumption for the funding of the scheme is that property owners take 100% of that cost risk. To put that another way, 100% of each of the progressive cost increases is proposed to be met solely by property owners. To put it yet another way, while Regional Council funding has been frozen at $750,000, property owners have watched their individual contribution rise from about $20,000, including GST in 2018, to $50,000, including GST today, 2.5 times. Although the community has regularly submitted on this flawed approach to scheme funding, neither of the two councils have provided any feedback on this situation, hence our submission today. I want to now move to additional matters that Regional Council must take into account when allocating funding to the scheme. This is not the first time that the LTRA has submitted on scheme funding to Regional Council's long-term plans. In 2021, Council's response to our submission stated that we consider that this funding contribution towards a service that is the primary responsibility of Rotorua Lakes Council is the appropriate amount. We submit that this is a misinterpretation by Regional Council of their role in the funding of the scheme. The council contribution is not funding a wastewater service. Regional Council is being asked to contribute a greater share of the capital cost of a scheme that enhances lake water quality. This is core business for Regional Council. Now on to my second point. The Regional Council has a fundamental and statutory role in promoting the social, economic, environmental, cultural well-being of communities in the present and in the future. This is fully set out in LTRA's written submission, but suffice to say, it's hard to imagine an initiative that better aligns with this role than funding the enhancement of the region's lake water quality. Thirdly, the scheme is providing a better wastewater outcome than that prescribed by Regional Council's OSET requirements. The OSET plan delivers here, and the reticulation scheme delivers here. That difference is pure added value towards the region's water quality objectives. Number 4. Regional Council is a direct economic beneficiary of the reticulation scheme relative to the alternative of implementing OSET replacement under Regional Council management. The avoided burden of Regional Council also includes managing quality and compliance for individual on-site wastewater systems at the lake in perpetuity. Under the OSET scenario, Regional Council must also grapple with an alternative solution for the 170 properties for which advanced OSET is not viable. Regional Council's contribution should recognise this direct economic benefit to its day-to-day business. Finally, Regional Council must consider the very wide range of people regionally, nationally and internationally, in addition to local property owners who benefit from the improved water quality of iconic Lake Tarawera, through tourism, for example. The variety of beneficiaries can and must be recognised through the equitable sharing of cost of the scheme by the 2 local councils and central government, as well as property owners. This demands a collective response from councils and central government. In this regard, the Regional Council represents regional beneficiaries. So what is the required outcome? Well, simply, additional one-off funding of 6.1 million is required to address the evolving disparity. The 446 property owners would then fund 50% of the project cost. And that equates to about $37,000 per property, including GST, which would be capped at that level. LTRA requests that the Regional Council endorses that a reasonable contribution from property owners is 50% of the project cost. and that council both provides additional funding to the scheme and collaborates with Rotorua Lakes Council and central government to reduce that cost share to owners. The collective response is crucial and it requires leadership. For Regional Council, the essential first step is endorsement of this 50-50 approach in the 2024 long-term plan, which restores property owner contribution to no more than 37,000. It's vital that you take that message away with you today. And that concludes our presentation. Many thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ray. That's very clear. Yeah.
And aligned.
It's one question for me before I open it to my colleagues. Your last point there that 37,000 would be capped. In the event the scheme costs more than $29 million, who pays for that?
Not the right players.
Well, I think we're advanced to this far through the so the collaborative approach is the key as far as I can see. So that question that you are now asking, that needs to be developed on a collaborative basis. Maybe it's time for RLC to start taking that risk. So the central message is that we can't all just sit by and wait for this thing to take its course. That's what we've been doing to date. The key thing is that heads need to get together and work. First of all, each of the heads needs to endorse the reasonable contribution by property owners. Then the three heads together need to start thinking about how that is going to be, how that 6.1 mil is going to materialise by the time the capital rate is struck. That's what we're asking.
That's clear. Councillors. Councillor Thurston.
Look, a brilliant presentation. Can you just comment further on your engagement with some of the concepts of RLC and central government politicians? And also, we've got the original submission, but would you be kind enough to share the presentation you've done today?
Oh, most certainly.
Through the committee, yeah.
Yeah, most certainly.
Thanks so much. Can you just comment on your engagement so far, both these concepts of Rotorua Lakes Council and central government politicians?
Sorry?
Concepts that you've floated here today, you've obviously sounded them out with individuals at RLC or local body politicians here, and also central government. How's it been conceived?
Well, my understanding is that very concept has been fed back essentially by government.
Yeah, so
I wasn't. That's second-hand information.
Yeah, no, Ray, you're exactly right. So we have engaged with government, and what I'm going to say is that government say, well, you need to talk to regional council and local council. Go to local council, you need to talk to regional council and government. I'm sure you're going to tell us you go to regional council. You go to Lakes Council and government. But I think we're actually going to solve this together. But I guess what both Ray and I are saying, the community will step up and pay 50%. And we want the reticulation scheme.
And also, Lyle, our groups will be most happy to participate in any way we can help with that collaboration.
Patrice.
Hello. I am pretty nervous, but yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patrice Gatland.
Sorry to interrupt. There's a presentation here, a very brief one.
It's very brief.
That's right.
I just felt I should give one.
Yeah, very good.
There's a PowerPoint.
Oh, sorry.
We have a copy of that too before you.
Yeah, it's a very
wonderful. Thank you.
Very simple. All right, super. Thank you.
No, that's not it.
No.
It's got Patrice's name on it. Couldn't see it, no.
I can do it. I'm a resident of the Lake Tarawera community, and I'm here to support and endorse the 2 earlier submissions for additional funding for the Lake Tarawera wastewater reticulation scheme. It is vital that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council step up and assist the Lake Tarawera community in securing significant additional funding. This cannot be overstated. It is really needed. Many of our residents are on fixed incomes. You can imagine the concern they have as they watch the cost of implementing the Lake Tarawera wastewater reticulation scheme rise every year. You heard in earlier submissions that the scheme cost owners was about $20,000 in 2018. And now, in 2024, it's about $50,000. Superannuation has not doubled in this time. Tarawera residents are rightly very worried. Our residents really care about the lake and its mountain. Lake Tarawera brings tourists into the Bay of Plenty due to its beauty, its walking tracks, and its world-class trout fishing. You are all probably aware of the volunteer work done by many of our local Tarawera residents who are involved in the removal of pest plants, the planting of native tree species, restoring walking tracks, and pest control. Here are some of the things you may not be aware of. The Tarawera community has championed the lake water quality cause for many years. It has advocated wastewater reticulation at Tarawera from the time that the option was developed for other lakes in Bay of Plenty region. The community fully participated in the steering group, which recommended the reticulation option. The community also provides for improved understanding of lake water science and has dedicated monetary fund for this effort. We all contribute. There is inflow sampling and analysis of up to 36 different sites by volunteers 4 times a year. This commenced in 2006 and was instigated by Tarawera resident Terry Beckett. It has led to a long-term record, which is unprecedented on lakes in New Zealand. It's fantastic. The LTRA has a long association with the University of Waikato and has assisted with funding the monitoring buoy in the centre of the lake, a land-based climate station, and the cost of analysing the quarterly surface water samples mentioned above for many years. The continuing collaboration with the University of Waikato is providing a growing body of knowledge required to better inform lake water quality decisions. This ongoing research includes a groundwater monitoring project to assess the scheme's impact. We really care about our lake the water quality. The property owner's fight for the scheme has not been without cost to the social well-being of the community. The need for the scheme versus the relentless increase in the contribution to be borne by property owners has at times been divisive. This is definitely not what we want our community. Definitely not what our community needs or wants. It is a wonderful community. To conclude, my request to the Regional Council is, 1, it increases its funding for the Lake Tarawera wastewater scheme to reflect the significant benefits of the scheme already presented today. 2, that the Regional Council advocates with RLC and the central government for the securing of much needed additional funding for the scheme that limits the property owner contribution to no more than 50% of the project cost. Thank you for your time today. Sorry, I was a bit nervous.
That wasn't too bad, was it? Okay, councillors, any further questions? If not, Sir Henry. With respect to this process, as you rightly said, you go to MFE, you go to RNC, you come to us, we just keep kicking down the road, can down the road. This can's been kicked down the road since January 2014. As you will know from your previous experience, when you want to deal with a customer or a contractor, a lot of this stuff is done outside of the limelight of the public process. I had to say, I think that's where you get the result of the sum. So maybe you and I have to have a discussion, because there's a lot of other contributing factors sitting behind the decision about how this gets played out. And I'm essentially referring there to the current debate that's taking place about local water's done well. Okay.
Yeah, look, like I said, hey, I'm new to all of this, learning a hell of a lot, but and I think Patrice, I think sort of articulated it really well. Like, it is quite a divided community at the moment, and we've got to get divided, otherwise it does get ugly.
Okay.
Can I add something with respect to what you've spoken about, Jack? There is a lot of history, and there are a lot of opinions about maybe how the project gets put together. But where we are now is on the cusp of a completed project. That's the reality. That's actually a successful outcome for the lake, which is what we actually all care about. So, we can go back and revisit decisions and how approach is taken and what have you. We'll disagree on some things, I imagine. But we are where we are, and we're getting a great outcome. We're getting, wastewater reticulation, as we said, an outcome better than prescribed by regions. And I think that's what we need to bear in mind now as we go forward. We need to look at how we can make this work.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Patrice.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Councillors, your next submitter is Tanira Kingi. Tanira, speaking on behalf of Te Arawa. Welcome. Thank you, Councillor. Cheers. Floor is yours, Tanira.
Chair and councillors, I'm here representing Te Arawa Alatawa. I don't have any slides, I don't have any handouts.
Turn my mic on. Yeah, we need to be out. I will speak to our brief submission that was made during the submission process. And for those of you that have got it in front of you, you'll see that largely in support of the majority of the group. And what I'd like to talk to today is the areas of focus that the members of Te Aroha are become increasingly concerned with, and also the rest of the agricultural primary sector in this region. So, I'll get to that. So just a reminder that Te Aroha or TAPS, as it was first established as, and the process to establish it was in 2009. And that was it happened alongside the establishment of the local primary producers group that some will remember the lead up the transition from Rule 11 to BC change 10. We have 36 members, listed at 28 in the submission. There are the balance between the two numbers are associate members. And while that number is fairly low, it still is one of the largest Māori authority collectives in the country. Has been, it was when it was first established. Only recently notated by Tauhara. Those 36 members are connected to a number of other primary producers and landowners within the Te Aroha. Mamaki tuki tongi o mai tongi. Included in that list are 11 dairy farms, predominantly dairy farming, seven livestock, and 5 plantation forestry owners. But again, this group has a lot of influence within other land owning blocks within the Te Aroha and increasing influence on the national scale as well. Interestingly, this group, Te Aroha or TAPS, also represents both landowning structures of Māori land, ture whenua Māori under the Māori Land Act, and post-settlement entities, including the Te Aroha farm at Makitu and others. When we look at the profile of Te Aroha, there are Te Aroha landowners within the Te Aroha Rohe, inside the Auckland Regional Council area or boundary. There are 2,000 entities. 120 of those administer land over 80 hectares. 70% of ture whenua Māori land is controlled by 40 entities. And the 36 entities that are listed are part of that 40. So Te Aroha represents the larger organisations within the Te Aroha. Characteristic about Māori land ownership structures, and these are national statistics. 3% of the land in the primary sector is controlled owned by Māori organisations.
but on a national scale, they are on average 4 times larger than the average dairy farm and 3 times larger than the average sheep and beef. And that is can be seen within the Rotorua Lakes district and also with our farms across on the coast. My point here is that this is a group of influential organisations, both within the Māori land sector and also in the Bay of Plenty region's primary industries as well. And so the key focus of what I want to talk about today is 2 issues. One, the impact of climate change on our primary producers and the investment that is needed to transition and adapt those producing organisations or farmers to lower emissions production units, but also to transition them into businesses that are viable and sustainable. There are a number of areas in the long-term plan that we agree with in the substance of the plan. And these included Goal 2, Te Manawa Te Wai, and health and waterways. And we have under each of these points a central agreement, but also recommendations, including the extension of the work that we're currently doing with the Regional Council on freshwater management. But a recommendation to extend the relationship with Te Aroha to include farm lands, and wherever we land with farm plan certifiers and auditors, it's not up in the air, right? But to have a relationship with Te Aroha declare my conflict here on the advisor on the farm plan certified team group at NFA working with quality assurance and the designers. I see the importance in that, and all regional councils, in particular, both any regional council, having a key relationship with farming and producers. Other areas that we supported you was on the effective land use and urban design, Goal 8, and public climate development. And that's an area that we would support. And also around climate resilient spatial plans, and in particular plans that would support rural producers and farmers to understand the changes that they need to make in their production systems to be more adaptive and resilient and flexible, not only with regulation and legislation that whatever comes down the pipeline in the future, but also climate impacts. But there are 2 areas that I want to focus on in the time that I. One is Te Aroha Pursuit of Excellence and Māori participation in operational activities, specifically golf team. Capability building and proactive relationships, and the emphasis that I would place on this is proactive relationships. But also the way that it was laid out in the plan, it tended to look like it was siloed. I would suggest that we move to more cross-cutting theme that goes across the elements of structures. And to ensure that Māori participation isn't restricted to any one area of community outcomes of community participation, but fully integrated into the design, development, and the execution of all other community and economic outcomes. The other area that I want to touch on is future-ready communities. And the wording in the front end, I agreed with, to a point, but I really do think that there needs to be a greater emphasis. And if we look at goal 5 and goal 6 around preparedness for the impacts of climate change and the transition towards a low emissions economy, it's a transition that I want to focus on. And the relationship between the regional council and the sector is key to that. And given the influence that Te Aratoa or TAPS has in the Māori sector, and that correlation, that relationship that can be expressed in a number of ways. One is co-design, co-implementation, and co-funding. Climate change, the climate change context, both in the legislation and the regulations that will follow, the uncertainty that we had there, sitting alongside actual climate change impacts that we've already seen in recent years, is a concern. But there's a third part to this, and that is market shifts. And I'm a chair of a dry stock farm, the largest dry stock farm in the Blackwater catchment. We are currently about to go into our 3rd year where our operating service is typed in red. And the only thing that is keeping us afloat is revenue from revenue from outside of the agricultural farm-based revenue streams. NZU's residential revenue. And even though we are one of the largest ratepayers in the city, one of the advantages to that is that demand for residential development and housing intensive land on our so the agricultural component of that farm business has been stretched. This is a concern for me, not only just for Rotorua farmers and the region's farmers, but nationally as well. Sheep and beef, well, livestock farmers have very few options. Selling out to investors to plant into trees, and for many of them going into exotic forestry is one of the few options that they. I would like to see a lot more alternatives and options put in front of both livestock farmers and dairy, including areas of farms that I've been involved in for some time over at Māori farms on peatland. 3% of 1%, sorry, of the country's soils are in peat. They contribute 40% of CO2. That's not me speaking as a climate change commission, but it is the reality of the barriers that we face in front of us. But these are also opportunities. Horticulture, I don't know if any of you have heard of that, and that is wetland farming coupled with aquaculture. I'm not here to pick winners. I'm not here to promote any single solution. Key message here is that partnerships with the regional council and Te Aratoa, an organisation that is looking for solutions and testing alternatives with its members, are important. One of the key things that we look at, notice I'll just over 30 minutes. One of the key things that we will be looking at is focusing on multiple revenue streams for our farmers, being able to run modelling exercises that have been developed with the Greenhouse Gas Centre and currently with EPI, and to be able to produce these options for farmers. there's a lot that I could go through in terms of areas to look at. The key point here is to focus less on land use diversification and more on revenue stream diversification, which quite often is a difficult mindset for farmers to get their heads around. Sticking to produce one product from the animals is something that they have been trained to do for the past 3 or 4 decades. When I go back to the 70s and the 80s, most farmers were running diversified operations. They're true dope. Right? And so there was a mindset that needs to be changed. I think I've said enough and I've made points. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Chairman. Councillor McMullen.
Kia ora, thank you. So I'm sort of picturing the vision of a sort of transition to low emissions economy, multiple wellbeing economies, thriving economy for all, with a whole kind of mosaic of different types of industry going on, you know, with land use change, not relying on monocultures and intensive livestock agriculture. So that's the picture I'm sort of picking up. What do you see as the regional council's leadership role in the space? Obviously, you know, there is the, you know, supporting Te Aratua with, you know, enabling with funding, whatever. So just putting that aside, and I suppose scaling it up even bigger, very wide. Where do you see our leadership space in this transition to a sustainable future?
So there are 3 parts to developing a supply chain and market channel, or otherwise called the value chain. The first is the producer. And generally farmers and growers can grow and farm seeds. The limitations are the supply channel, that's processing and logistics. No one's going to invest in supply chains in processing without market channels being established. And all of these 3 components need to work together. Regional council and central government are the critical co-funders in the infrastructure. We've got there are other organisations and other agencies out there like NZTE, NFAT, with the Minister of Agriculture has just come back with the EU deal. There's some officials in there, right, around emissions. That is, it's going to be kept in the fine print. But what we need to do is look at investment into into funding the capability of farmers to take up these opportunities. There's investment in producing options and alternatives for farmers and growers. There's linking farmer producers with markets, market channels. Let me take the example of alternative proteins. Right, oat milk, pea powder for protein shakes, and those kind of things. New Zealanders have been growing oats and peas and other legumes for decades. We've been growing all over the country. We don't have the scale for it. And the 2 or 3 oat milk producers, they take up, their raw product can be supplied by current supply. I was going to say arrowroot in Southland. They've been making porridge for decades. Because the market, the competition that we have into the international markets is very, very small. The other one that you would have heard about is precision fermentation. taking cell culture. Again, the international markets for those are huge. There's pushback right now. Those companies that were the first out of the blocks, like Impossible Foods, they're running into problems. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty in the markets. But the role of the regional council, as I see it, is to be able to look at fundamental core infrastructure that is needed part of the city. That ain't going to happen until there's a market channel or market channels in place to do that. The job of farmers is to be ready to position themselves to be part of supply chains within their region. So that's the work that I've been doing with Charles, just looking at our dairy producers and our livestock partners, around understanding what their alternatives are. That if for some reason hemp becomes an opportunity, growing pasture or protein. One of the biggest problems with fermented precision fermentation is that it needs sugar as the starting ingredient to it. We underestimate. So there's a whole lot of that. But you know, where I see the regional council is that one is to partner with the primary sector and farmers to understand where the potentials lie for products to be produced, to be part of those three components to put it into place.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Tony. Long day. It's been a long day. Look, Tony, you've got intimate knowledge, and these are issues that you and I have discussed on many occasions. And regional councillors across the country have to get a better appreciation, better understanding, as you said, the supply chain, the need for vertical integration from the farm through to the retail sector, because that's where the success is. When we promote forestry in terms of plantation forestry, 30-year growth cycle, what's going to happen to the market within that period? I mean, currently plantation forestry was the lowest price since 2016.
Harvesting crews have stopped.
Yeah. So these are complex problems, but regional councils need to stand back from the regulatory approach to this. So how do we engage those people who can institute and make the change happen in a place where it's got to happen? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go.
We're on time for my 3:20 start, so. Thank you.
Right, councillors, progress towards the end of the day. So we've got Cyrus. Kingston Cyrus is going to be here at 10:30. It's tied up, but Cyrus, please. Speaking on behalf of Ngāti Tarapai and Iwi Trust. Welcome, Cyrus. Floor is yours.
Put your mic on.
Thank you for having me here today. I come as a representative of Ngāti Tarapai. I'm the chair of the Tarapai Trust, post-settlement governance entity, established, received, managed, and administer assets on behalf of Ngāti Tarapai Uri through the Te Aroha affiliate treaty settlement. We also advocate and provide for benefits interests with the health of our money. Our interests are also the Wakatona Caldera and my Maketu and my Makatiti, from Makatiti through to Wakatona, Waioe, the Paumako area in the south of Wakatona, the lake. The basis of my submission is basically around corbicular feminae, its impact, well, potential of its impact on Okataina and the whole Lake District. Development of a implementation of a pest exclusion program, part of that being managing access to our waterways in Whenua, and this and of course Mexico submission with regards to procurement process. So I've added that on. So I'm only here for a number of things I've got to speak to. It's very short, but if you have any questions. First of all, with regards to the first part, I'll go back to the long-term plan, topic 1, 2, and 3, around who should pay for buses, Port Tauranga shares in key regional parks. Ngāti Tāwai's response to that is option 1, maintain the status quo on all 3 of those. Back to the basis of our submission, what we would like to see, and the threat, the biosecurity and the threat of incursion by exotic plants of pests to Rarotonga, and in particular Okataina, which is our concern. Our nature considers why I'm here today. Firstly, we request a curriculum Whenua, Asian Golden Plan, Golden Plans, the Addis Regional Pest Management Plan, and development of a pest exclusion plan, and effective can be developed and implemented. There's a number of reasons we believe that what's in place at the moment is not effective, and that's covered somewhat in the papers that I gave you. My apologies for getting so late. The past few decades, the Aotearoa district has been under constant attack by the initiation of exotic pests like plant and marine. And this is highlighted the relates that in particular Whenua. This follows the spread of catfish and exotic local to the Lakes District. Okataina, because of its position, its relative isolation, has been fortunate that catfish has not yet been found in Okataina. However, exotic lake is present, and these regular spraying program which is being conducted by the Regional Council to control those weeds. And dealing with central government, EPI, and Biosecurity New Zealand on prevention of COVID coming into Okataina, we found that EPI and Biosecurity New Zealand have been slow to act to protect the Lakes District. The approach they have is reactive, not proactive. The initial actions, and this is after discussions, was to monitor the situation and inform the public from a passive point of view for us by having it on their website. The curriculum Whenua was present in the Waikato, take care of their travel to the Waikato and the Lakes District. Practical steps to prevent spread. It's not front of mind as far as we could see in our interactions with them. We were fortunate that our one of our beneficiaries was actually working on the Waikato spread. She's a marine biologist, scientist. She was working there. She actually came to social meetings of Indian procedures. I was there at the beginning of the mandate to take action. We saw warranted with regards to all the time communication with plan. Also working with EPI, we realised that they had inadequate resourcing, finances, the people on the ground, and the capacity. They didn't have the resource available to effect a robust exclusion program. And then you've got other exotic species, pests being found. The seaweed in Northland, Northland. We found that sea contaminants too far removed from coral, there's too much on spread, and they can't provide timely, effective solutions and resources. So local resources, local solutions are required. It's reason for being here. Last year, I was at the Regional Council provided resources to develop and implement this exclusion plan. That's like this was something that we found in our dealings with MPI, Security New Zealand, was that they don't have the tools necessary to actually act proactively. They're governed by regulation. Regulations they're working, but be in the process of reviewing the legislation, so that it's been started in 2016, I believe, so that they can actually have something which works and which is timely and effective. But that's not happening now. It's still saying it's 2, 3, 4 years from now. We believe to effect to establish the effective exclusion plan to the Regional Council and to the Water District Council to look at we support the additional amendment bylaws, regulations that you have that will help to manage access to the waterbase and land for the purpose of maintaining biosecurity and to prevent the spread of from land and other biosecurity threats. Why we say this is that processes that were put in place with regards to prevention and monitoring curricular phenomenon, action plan. Didn't really start taking place until we, us, and support from Total Action Trust actually started saying, well, we want this, and they, and we haven't done that in the just the active process of monitoring and seeing how things happen. Regulations as they stand around biosecurity threats and with curricular phenomenon. Those been found in the way cutting. Nothing could happen or be put in place here. The processes could be put in place to stop the incursion over here until it was actually found. That's from the Chief Executive of Biosecurity New Zealand because of their regulations. They can monitor it, they can look for it, and until it's actually present, then only then can they put in place steps. In the lack of resources that is available, some of our members of our tribe actually just closed the ramp down. We had biosecurity security people there that was to stop people coming down until processes were in place to prevent the spread of particular fuel there. And then those processes were put in place where those were washed and dried and checked and then they access. I want to make it clear that we want to manage access to ensure the well-being of the lake. It's marine life for current and future generations. And that's the only reason we did it. And we didn't like what was being done. As I said, we've had nothing to say. So with having said that, it has been a costly exercise for months for our Holding Trust. We've had support, initial support for the first couple of months from Total Lakes Trust. We have managing access and put a gate in as well. We maintain 24/7 access. Sorry, it was 20 hour, 60 hour access over summer. So you didn't get on there as long as they followed the procedures that we had established in collaboration with EPI and Total Lakes Trust. Fish Games involved in their conversation as well. And then it was costing $15,000 a month. It wasn't sustainable for us. Once the funding contribution from others punishment in effect, we said we will keep it open until the end of the fishing season for these days. The reason for that was we can't afford to have over 7 days a week, so we had to check. We get flack from fishermen, we understand that. We're getting flack from our own people who want to get down there. But as I said, our concern is that all the time, as far as facilities here at this stage, to keep that way. Management of access to it is for that purpose. It's not current today. It's to put forward that any pest management plan which does. We believe submits that managing access for biosecurity purposes should be part of it, and looking at general regulations, bylaws to help fit that must go with. Because any pest exclusion plan in the future has to be sustainable. As I said, this cost us about $15,000 a month to have someone down there checking. Because even our own people, they say, oh, just go choosing everybody, coming and just in that. The practice has been used, the process has been used to test EDMA testing, the visual monitoring, whether curricular familiar is present in the lake waters, waterways. They're not perfect and they still don't know whether that's the case. It's good. And that is the basis of our submission. We also, at the end of it, put down the procurement certificate through a submission going about any council procurement process around tie-up, the environment, and under Finland. Ngāti supports that. Any tie-on measures pertaining to Ngāti Finland, one, and lake, we need a system in place where Ngāti Whānau has right to refuse the game process procurement.
So we need to leave it there, Cyrus.
Yep.
Go on.
Yeah, very good. Questions?
Any questions? Councillor White.
I'm Cyrus, Councillors. I know that Golden Cam is one part of the total diversity issues that you're facing out there. And there's a composite of others working in this space. Is there a cooperation, or is there a move to coordinate and collaborate and create sort of a core of disciplines in this?
We have been since early October working with NPRB across here in New Zealand and General Lakes Trust, Regional Council and the Lakes District Council for that. Our concerns solely around Okatona, ensuring that security of Okatona. Same conversations always been had. These resources basically to help. So it's basically up to us. Having having Lakes District Council, Navigation Council is providing the ability to manage access for biosecurity purposes. I have us greatly that we can sustain and just fighting out against stakeholders.
Yeah, I first was this year, I just wanted to probably remind Cyrus of the land trusts and corporations out there that run their businesses in forestry, agriculture and other things that contribute to this as well. So I just want to put that on the table. I have to go now.
Councillor Winters.
This is really a very cool question, Mr. Chair. I could ask that. Cyrus has asked for the gold plan to be put into our regional pest management plan when it's not here. So can we put it into our plan? It's not here, I don't know.
So through the chair, there's quite a strict process as in legislation that has to come to the regional pest management plan, and it does include an analysis in terms of the cost benefits of that. Certainly, at your observatory committee, you could ask in terms of how that might be done, but it just cannot be added to the regional pest management plan.
Okay. Thank you, Cyrus. Much appreciated. You're doing a good job out there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillors, we've got nothing. One of the only person that presented today. I mean, it's not quite here yet, so we're at break. I mean, that arrives. We're frustrated. So we now have Paramena Virko speaking on behalf of Ngāti Manawa, Tanakwe Paramena. I did not trade these forums now, are you? It was yours, President.
I'm not going to be very long. The submission that was put in says it all, and I don't intend to go over it again. I'm just going to speak to the key points in the So, kia ora koutou. Oh, thank you. I don't know how to use these tools. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the council for the support that we've received today. Some examples, support for the Rangitaiki River Forum. It started at settlement, and I don't think any of us knew the extent to which it needed to be resourced. And so I thank the council for that support. We also thank the council for the support during the COVID-19 pandemic. That gave us an opportunity to work in a leadership team where we were able to have an overview of regional mahi. We were able to gain an insight in some of the national drivers, and therefore led us to be able to work in with and for our community. And I want to thank the council for their support during that time. I want to go now to the vision and priorities. This is where we see quite an alignment between the regional council and the we both see that community is important. We both see that the taiao is important. And we both see that iwi partnerships and relationships will be important. In terms of economics, it's important for us considering that our asset base rests in three sources. Our people, fresh water, and our land. So we're busy there in a way trying to work out how best to strengthen and build on those assets and deliver value and benefits and prosperity to our people. And when I say to our people, I don't mean just Ngāti Manawa. Ngāti Manawa has the view, the majority of us have the view, that other people who are living with us in our community, we have a kaitiaki and a manaakitanga responsibility towards them as well. If we grow and get better, then we want our community to come along with us. So what does Ngāti Manawa do to help our people in our community to have their best life? What can Tuinuara, Bay of Plenty Regional Council do together with us to help our community have their best lives? One of the key concepts we see that is necessary is the Te Mana o Te Wai concept. It's a concept that can help us to change the way we think and the way we use natural resources, particularly to lie, because it's fundamental to everybody's survival. We're at a critical point in our view where we're at a crossroads. On one road, you're looking after our environment, or the other road is that we continue to abuse it. And we see Te Mana o Te Wai as being a critical concept to changing that direction. In our view, if there is no reciprocity, you cannot get sustainability. We said that reciprocity is the key, and it's something that commercial enterprises in particular need to take note of. Partnership with Māori. We feel as though that we've gone some way down the track along the partnership road. And Ngāti Marae, our priorities are building capability and capacity in the environment sector to build kaitiaki capability to fit in our world as it is today. Resource consent monitoring in the Ngāti Marae here, we want to do that. We want to be contracted to do that. And we are at the stage now where we're trying to train our people to be ready for that. We want to build the expertise of our people at all levels. They're not just in the environment sector. And that's because not everybody likes the same thing. Not everybody is engaged in the same thing. They want to do different things, and we want to be able to open doorways to allow our people to do that. We also want to build competence and professional attitudes until they become part and parcel of our DNA. Second priority is employment and housing. Employment, we've been on that path. This is our 5th year now. And housing, we're just beginning a strategy for the housing project in Murupara and Eagle Drive. And education and training will continue to be a key component to the work that we need to do to support our community. So some suggested ways to build partnership with Māori. Resourcing to do this is an important consideration. We suggest 2 employees per year, which could actually deal with generic matters that are common to all of us. However, the mana and autonomy of iwi still remains in that they're able to negotiate directly with the regional council as they see fit. We do not see that as a substitute for that. And I'd also like to ask you to give consideration to investing income from the Board shares salad to support iwi through a strong investment. This we see as critical to enabling us to take the partnership journey. Morena, kia ora koutou katoa.
Maravina, councillors, questions, Maravina. So there's
Maravina, thank you so much for your presentation. I know we've been on a number of occasions. As you know, we're heavily involved in public transport, and we all fight tirelessly to retain that access to public transport in Murupara. One of the issues that comes up regularly is where is Murupara's community of interest now in terms of hospitals and education and accessing GPs, whatever. I don't go a bit off script here, but where would you say is Murupara's community of interest as it goes towards the Eastern Bay of Plenty and Whakatane, or has it been swayed around?
I think, to be honest, Ngāti Marae are normal people. Whatever services are available to wherever they want to go, they will utilise it. In terms of the economy around that, it's a different story. At the moment, the majority of the services that are accessed are to road.
So when we get into discussions around public transport and access and services are deemed to be marginal and not people, who are the best persons in Murupara for us to engage with? Is it the Renaka or would?
Yes, it will be the Renaka.
The Renaka, that's good to know. It's good to know.
But usually the Renaka Community Board as well.
Oh yes, okay. Back to you, Sheena.
I mean, I just noticed a comment here in terms of your comments regarding regional parks. And I don't know whether you're aware, but last week we had a previous regional council who just gifted 103 hectares of a farm that was probably 50–60% the natural environment to the council. And to ensure that that was retained perpetuity and not commercialised, as you raised, we're able to get the QE2 covenant put over that place, which means it's over there in perpetuity for the use of the public. So that was in the Western Bay. I'm not sure whether you're aware of that. Good. Councillors, anything else on Manamina? If not, thank you, Manamina. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your submission. I know that between the different organisations you represent, you spend a lot of time making input into these things. So once again, thank you. Right. Councillors, we're adjourned till 9:30 tomorrow morning at Regional Council. Regional Council. Sleep well.
Are you going the other way? You go there?